is the Big O Show. This 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 is...
So here we are. I wanted to show you the backyard again because we had some trouble last time, but you know, cuttersedgepro.com does some amazing stuff, and there are the boys and the girl. They're having fun. There we go. Right, Maiden? Right, Bono? There we go. They're having fun. I'm having fun. Look at our Sylvester palm. It is beautiful. We got another one in the front yard like that. You can take your home and landscaping to the next level. And the artificial turf, look at that. Look at that. The two dinosaurs going at it, huh? Look at that. Gotta love the dinosaurs. Look at them. They like to bite each other's legs. That's what they do. They play with each other, and then they bite each other, and they piss each other off. It's fun. One is Bono, which is the one farther away from you, and Maiden. She's the girl right here. She's a badass. That's for sure. So anyway, see the flowers are coming out. Very nice. cuttersedgepro.com, folks. This big tree there will start budding that I'm showing you there soon. It'll have all kinds of flowers. I'll post another video and I'll show it to you. This is a backyard where everybody gets to hang out. Over there in the corner there, I put the barbecue and cook. So that way it's the farthest away from the house, you know. If I light myself on fire or somebody else, we're out in the corner away from everybody. There you go. So you can get some flowers coming out, which is a beautiful thing. And I swear by this artificial turf, it always looks phenomenal. I don't have to cut it. I don't have to water it. And so I'm saving a lot of money, hundreds and thousands in the long run, because I'm not watering or, of course, cutting the grass. And you know, here in South Florida, we cut the grass like every 10 to 14 days.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
Oh, great. You have a doorbell camera. Now you have a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
They're breaking into my house!
Ooh, there goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No, not the TV!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Slogans, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, free doorbell camera, one that'll actually work for you.
Get out of my house!
Get out of the house! Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
Hialeah Park Casino is turning 10, and we're bringing you an anniversary bash like never before. See a million, win a million. Join us every Saturday in August, where 10 lucky customers will have a chance to take home $1 million. Snap a selfie with $1 million in cash, post it on social media, and get ready to win even more fantastic prizes. Come to Hialeah Park Casino's 10th anniversary celebration and make history with us. When you see a million, win a million.
With more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes, Welton Rayom is committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. They handle complex personal injury claims caused by the fault of another in both state and federal courts. They handle auto, trucking, motorcycle, slip and fall, and bicycle accidents. Call 954-966-4646. That's 954-966-4646. Welton Rayom can help. Statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
All righty. Good morning, boys and girls. Welcome aboard to the program. We are back in studio now. We'll be in studio now and back to our normal schedule, which is good. It's been a crazy 2 weeks with the whole Hall of Fame stuff with Zach, and then we came back for a day and a half, and then we left again for several days, and back from Metallica, and had a great time. Montreal is beautiful, gotta say, and I got to apologize. I got to start with an apology because while I was in Montreal for several days, I was enjoying this little rock station called The Shome. Okay, 97.7. Never touched the dial. Left it there the entire time. Haven't heard a rock station like this in decades. Not years, decades. And it was a great mix of new rock and classic rock. I loved it, man. They would jam Dorothy or Greta or Rival Sons or The Warning or, just all kinds of new acts. And then you'll hear your Rush and you'll hear Led Zeppelin and all that kind of stuff. I mean, it was refreshing. I shared the link with you all on social media. Well, apparently you can't listen to it in this country. when I got back, I got in my car. I go, I'm going to listen to the show because I said, I'm going to listen to that station whenever I'm in my car now. So I get in the car and they've got this Trevor Noah interview in a loop. So if anybody knows how to get access to that station in Montreal on some kind of app, because I checked on several apps after my on-site radio experience, that we were on several apps because I had to get it on several apps just to try to build the damn audience for that thing. I checked all those kind of apps and I couldn't get access to it. So if anybody can find the Showm in Montreal 97.7, please send me how I can listen to that, because that is one hell of a station. Wow, that's exactly how I would program a station right there. That's exactly how I would program it. But what are you gonna do? So I apologize after you tuned in and you heard the same interview over and over, when it was about music, not about interviews, and it was just weird. Just sucks, to be quite honest. But what are you gonna do? Anyway, I had a great time. Metallica was amazing. It was a trip to be in Olympic Stadium in Montreal, with all the Expos memories and everything. By the way, we'll have Poupart on at 10:30. Got a loaded show today. Poupart at 10:30, Manny's at 11:30, Marcel is at noon, and we have Cameron Wolf at 12:30 because we weren't on yesterday. I went to sleep like 2 a.m. on Sunday night, and I had to get up at 4 to get on the plane. And I slept a little bit on the plane, but when I got here, I just told Sean, there's no way I'm doing a show, because if your mind is tired, if you're tired, there's no way you can flow and do a radio show because your mind is not sharp. And so I knew yesterday I couldn't do a show, so I had to relax. And I rested, slept some during the afternoon, and then got my sleep last night. So we are ready to rock and roll. We'll never hide the Benicio del Toros. I mean, the Benicio del Toros will always be there, no matter what, no matter how much I sleep. But at least I feel a little bit more, myself now. Where yesterday, if I would have done a show, I would not have been myself, and I would not be able to, kind of flow and do all the kinds of things that I do, on this show sometimes. So had a good time. Just in case, if you ever go to Olympic Stadium, I will tell you this: it's not ideal for concerts. Okay, it is too big, and the sound echoes a little too much. Not as bad as what's that called? Something place in Jacksonville, Daly's Place in Jacksonville. That place is absolutely terrible, the way the sound rebounds all over the place. If you're going to go to Olympic Stadium, I had floor tickets, okay? Not pit. My buddy Robert had pit. He's a maniac. I had floor tickets. I chose to sit in the seats because if you stand on the floor, the sound is rebounding off the roof and off the sides because there isn't anything to kill the sound. That's kind of what it is. Like the studio I'm in right now, it's all foamed up everywhere. And that's so that way the sound is deadened and there's no echo or anything like that. And if you hear me in a hotel or somewhere else, you'll hear an echo. And that's because there's nothing to block the sound and lock it in. And that's what you need studios for. You know what I mean? That's what I love about the LA Forum. Best sounding arena in the country that I've been to. Madison Square Garden is the other one, because they have it engineered in a way to lock in the sound and not allow it to bounce all over the place. But when you're in a big stadium, unless you have the stuff that you put all over the place to kind of deaden the place in sound, you're going to have a lot of echo. So there is some echo, and it kind of takes away from the sound a little bit. You know what I'm saying? I'm kind of a stickler with that stuff. I'm kind of what's it called? Picky about that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? But they sounded great. They did an awesome job. The presentation was out of this world. The 8 towers around the stage was really creative. I really liked it. They did everything right. What's it called? Pantera was excellent. By the way, they were awesome. I never got to see Pantera. You know what I'm saying? Get a VPN, Big O. I've had a VPN for almost 2 years, sir. I don't know where that came from. What else do we have going on in the world of sports? Well, not sports, just life. Our thoughts and prayers obviously go to everybody in Maui. My Lord. Watching people run to the ocean and stay in the ocean for hours to wait out the fires was just, crazy stuff, dude. Crazy stuff. Prayers to all the people. And I know we have a lot of listeners that listen there in Hawaii since Tua became a Miami Dolphin. So our thoughts and prayers go out to you out there, and hopefully you guys will get the help you need, out there. Not $700 a house. Anyway, what else do we have? In the crypto world, those of our that are H-bar people, we've talked about H-bar many times on the show. I've mentioned that I'm an H-bar guy. So the government is going to use H-bar. Interesting. It's where we're going. I keep telling you guys, blockchain and Web3, this is the technology that they're all going to use for anything and everything. They can avoid it. They can try to do whatever. The only thing you get the negativity from all these people in the government, all that's because they can't control it. And that's their problem with all of it. They want to control you. So it's funny how H-bar is going to be used. And the hash graph technology, baby. Good for H-bar. That's and good for me because or any of us that are involved in H-bar. You've watched it go up 2 pennies in 48 hours. Okay, maybe less than 48 hours it's been. All right, because it was in the 5.5 cent range. Now it's in the 7.5 cent range, and that's a big move. Okay, big move, especially those of us that took advantage when H-bar was in the 4 cent range, and bought up a ton. If you're at 7.5, you're close to doubling your investment already. We have not begun the bull run yet. It's kind of like injective protocol I gave you in August was at $1.43. It's been at $7 and $9, and we haven't started the bull run yet. Okay? You could have gotten Bitcoin down at 16,500, 18, 20,000. It's been stuck at 2930. We have not started the bull run yet. So we'll see. And we'll see if Michael Blurry is right, because he has shorted the S&P and the NASDAQ $1.6 billion. He is expecting a massive crash on the market, and that's why he is shorting the market. So we'll see if something goes on with the stock market, too, at the same time. So those are some of the things going on before we get into sports, of course, because, on this show, we follow all kinds of things. We're just not sports holes here on the show. I get it. Plenty of shows like that, but I'm not like that. So anyway, so we got a bunch of stuff to talk about. By the way, great restaurants in Montreal. That's another thing. Quebec City is beautiful. Wow. The architecture in Quebec City is crazy, dude. No, the VPN does not work. It does not work. I tried it and it doesn't work. I tried it, dude. Like I have my VPN on right now. Okay. I have my VPN connected right now, and I'll go to TuneIn Radio and I'll go to the Shome. This is it right here. That's the logo. Right? And then you hit play, and it's the same interview that ends up coming up. Oh, well, wait a minute. I got a
a commercial coming up first. Ashley Furniture is coming up. See, they got a little free plug here. Ashley, you could join our platform if you want to, advertise, but I can't play your ad on here. But anyway, so it says your content will come up shortly, and it should be, again, the Trevor Noah interview. I think he's talking Trump or some shit. Here we go. Commercial is done. There it goes. Trevor Noah chats Trump. That's it. It doesn't work, even with a VPN. So, can't do anything about it, bro. But if you guys can find a way to hook me up with the Sham, that is awesome. I have not heard a rock station like that. I got to go back to Zeta 4 and K102, and I lost like 85% of you out there because a lot of you have moved here recently in the last 5, 10, 15, 20 years. You don't know shit about K102 or Zeta 4 or She 103.5 or anything. I would have to go way back 30, 40 years for me to compare to a station like that. The Sham. Man, that was good. That was really cool. I didn't have to play my iTunes at all. I didn't have to do a damn thing. It was awesome. I even sat through the commercials. I let them play the damn commercials because I knew they were going to come back with great music. It was awesome, dude. Awesome. So, Big O, would you like to invest in my currency? V. Putin. Yes, let's do it. Devin Jordan, thank you for the love on the super chat. Welcome back, Big O. Glad you enjoyed yourself. This Dalvin Cook news has all the Dolphin Twitter losing their crap because he went to the stinky Jets. Yeah, who cares, bro? I don't really give a shit. I'm not really worried about that. Look, man, let's get into a little Dalvin Cook talk here. Okay. Unfortunately, we still have a large portion of our fan base and many fan bases around the NFL that have not caught up to the 2020s. Okay? And we can do this together if you want. Let's go over the history, okay, of Super Bowl champions. Okay? And we're going to go over the last couple of years, right? Last couple of years here, just to kind of walk you through all of this. You know, what's been going on in the NFL. So, last year, Kansas City Chiefs defeated the Philadelphia Eagles 38-35. Was it a running back that led the way on either side? At SoFi Stadium in 2022, the Rams beat the Bengals 23-20. Was it a running back carrying them? Okay. Raymond James Stadium, Tampa Bay. They beat Kansas City behind Tom Brady. Or was it Leonard Fournette? Then Kansas City wins again against San Francisco 31-20. Led by running backs or a quarterback? Okay. Then New England beats the Rams 13-3. Was that all by a quarterback, or was a running back leading the way, or was that about defense and a quarterback making a couple plays? Not sure. Was it? Okay. Then Philadelphia beats New England 41-33. Was it a running back leading the way for Philadelphia, or was it more really the defense and some lucky quarterback that like the stars align like Trent Dilfer did, you know? Then it was Denver over Carolina 24-10. Was it really about the running game, or was that defense that was really, really special that year in 2016? One of those all-time defenses. My point is, we're not the 90s anymore. We're not in the early 2000s. This isn't about Jamal Lewis. This isn't about, anything with Denver back in the 90s with Terrell Davis, even though you also had Elway on, but still, you relied on the running game. With the Cowboys, you relied on Emmitt Smith in the running game. I get all of that. A lot of you need to wake the hell up.
Football is not. Running backs are just a minor tool you use to get to a championship. The major tools to get to a championship is a head coach and a front office, a quarterback, a tackle or two, a shutdown corner or two, a number one wide receiver or two. You get my drift? Those are the positions. Pass rusher, another one. Could be an end, could be an outside linebacker, but a dude that gets to the quarterback. Those are the 5 positions you win with in the NFL. QB, wide receiver, shutdown corner, offensive tackle, pass rusher. Those are your priorities. Those are the people you pay. Running backs are just another position. You no longer need Emmitt Smith and Barry Sanders and all of that kind of stuff. You don't need to rely on the running game anymore. The running game is simply a complement to get the passing game going. That's all it is. So the issue is your line. You know, the same problems that the Bills have. Did you watch the first couple snaps with the Bills? Sack and all kinds of stuff. They have problems with their offensive line too. The Jets, they have a couple of holes on their line too that they're worried about. Okay? The Patriots, they have a couple. By the way, the entire league outside of maybe Philadelphia and the Eagles, and the Niners. Outside of that, everybody else has got offensive line issues. Maybe Kansas City's also got a decent line. But like 95% of the league is, having issues with their offensive line. That's what Miami has to settle. The left guard and the right tackle spot. If you do that, it doesn't matter. All the backs will gain yards and play the game and help you out. And the way the system is designed, they're all going to be receivers too out of the backfield, and they're all going to help out and all that kind of stuff. So it doesn't really matter. The running backs are more than good enough for you to win a championship. It's about your head coach. It's about your quarterback. It's about your offensive line. And you got to have the playmakers on the outside. Some of you out there, you are living in a 2-point basketball game in football. You keep thinking the running back is what powers you. And if you want to do that, then, the other side is going to settle for the chunk plays and get quick strikes on your ass while you're methodically trying to move down the field. The game has changed. Running backs are not a priority anymore. They are just a tool you need in order to get the job done overall. But it's not a necessity like, oh my God, we have to have a number one wide receiver. Yeah, you do. You don't have to have a number one running back. They had a 7th round pick last year. Leonard Fournette was a cast-off for Tampa Bay. You don't need stars anymore at that spot. You don't get carried by the running back anymore. That's why this team doesn't pay running backs. And by the way, this whole thing went exactly the way we said. Okay? Exactly the way we said. We told you that Miami wasn't going to offer the big money. They never offered it. We told you all the offers were in the same neighborhood. That's why I thought Miami would get them, because the offers were all going to be in the same neighborhood. Guess what happened? The Jets said, oh, we got to, whatever. Aaron Rodgers must have pushed him or whatever, and he pushed it up to an $8.6 million deal, and he took it. It's 7, but 1.6 with incentives. I don't know what kind of incentives he has. I'm not exactly sure, but he feels he can make 8.6, whatever. That's what he wanted. He wanted the money. He was not ever going to get the money here. And we told you that from day one. From day one. I don't think anybody walked you through the entire process of what happened with Dalvin Cook than we did. So, Jets were desperate. I don't know if they see the recovery from the kid, Breece Hall, a little slow or something? I'm not exactly sure. Or was it Aaron Rodgers that said, I got to have this guy on the team? And because they're all in with Aaron Rodgers, they made the commitment. I don't know. I can't answer that part. That one I don't know. But I know this. It went exactly like we told you. We told you the Dolphins would never offer big money. We told you they would never trade for him. And then for what? We even told you all the offers were in the same area. Way ahead of everybody in the media on this. Not even close. So he took the money. He wanted the money. And that's the only team that was willing to give him the money. So you move on. But I am not worried about Dalvin Cook. You know, let's get into the other part of all of this now, okay? Some of you are so emotional as fans. That's why you're fanatical, because you can't think clearly. You think running backs are super important. You think because it's a flashy name, a Miami guy, you got to have him. And then now you're frustrated because the Jets got him. Who gives a shit? If your team is good, doesn't matter who's on the other side of the ball. So I'm not worried about any of this stuff. And those of you that are worried because, why? Because the Jets got him? Because they're going to pay $8.6 million to a part-time running back? That's their problem, not mine. That's a dumb move. But if that's what they want to do, then go ahead. And if some of you think that's what puts them over the top, if you don't have a great offensive line, it's not going to put anybody over the top. Ask Pat Mahomes when he got to the Super Bowl a couple years ago and he had no line, he found himself on his ass the entire time. So it doesn't matter if Dalvin Cook doesn't have a line, he's not going to be great. And in the end, if they don't have a line, they're not going to be great. It's going to be hard to be great. Just like for Miami, too. If they don't solve that left guard and right tackle issue, it's going to be tough on Tua. Last year, they actually somewhat solved it because Robert Jones and Brandon Shell did a serviceable job at those spots, and they were able to be very productive. Running backs got over 4.5 yards a carry. The quarterback was a number one rated passer, was in the MVP conversation. And I'll tell you over and over again, the line did not get Tua hurt. Tua got himself hurt because he hung on to the ball too long. So he's got to now understand that he doesn't have an elite line, so get rid of the ball quickly. You're smart, dude. You're smart. You got great accuracy. You got great anticipatory skills. Get rid of the ball quickly, and you'll be fine. But for those of you out there, stop being butthurt because the Jets got Dalvin Cook, because he's a Miami guy and all this crap. Please, dude. I mean, the amount of overreaction is hilarious, dude, on the whole Dalvin Cook thing. It's a joke. So relax. Take it easy. It's not that big a deal, bro. Let's see. What else do we have? Edward says, Isaiah Pacheco's pretty good for the Chiefs. You do have to have a balance to win. This is, do you know why Pacheco's also good? Because their line is good. That's why, Edward. Their line was really good. I recall the Vikings thinking running back was super important when they traded for Herschel Walker. They ended up with nothing, and Dallas built the dynasty. Yep, exactly. Yeah, and in those days, at least running back was really important, Gordon. Okay? And that time, the running back was more of a bell cow, a guy you leaned on. You don't lean on running backs anymore. They complement your offense. If you want to carry your running back, then you end up like Derrick fucking Henry. So what's Derrick Henry want? Because he's way better than Dalvin Cook has ever been. Way better than anybody in the league has ever been. Everybody in the league wishes they had Derrick Henry's talent and freakish abilities. So what's he won? You want to keep playing a 2-point offense? Go ahead, Tennessee. Keep playing the 2-point offense. You'll end up short every single time. Yeah, you'll impress us. You'll get to the playoffs. Maybe you'll make a deep run in the playoffs. That's fantastic. But in the end, you got a 2-point offense because you don't have the guy that can get you consistently 7. Because that's how you win. Why didn't Tennessee win a title? Because they don't have a quarterback. They had a defense. They had a line. They had a receiver that was A.J. Brown was one of the top 5. Is one of the top 5 receivers of all in the NFL. Right now, in the last 5 years, you can't find 4 people better than A.J. Brown. That guy is a freak of all freaks. You had tight ends. You had a line. You had a running game. You had a defense. You had the most dominant running game. What happened? Oh, you didn't have the quarterback. Oh, I see. So running game's really not that important. Kind of like the Heat, right? You battle your ass, you battle your ass, you battle your ass. You still have a 2-point offense. Why? Because your best player is a 2-point player. And why do you fall short? Because you don't have the people that can make the threes. And your stars, because if you want to put Bam as a star, can't make threes. What kind of an offense is it in the NBA? Oh, it's a 3-point offense, not a 2-point offense. Now I see why you're falling short. So you want to keep crying about the running game and the running backs. It's about your offensive line. The running backs are as interchangeable as they get. It doesn't matter if you're Isaiah Pacheco or rundown Leonard Fournette. You can still win a title with any of those kind of backs if you have a quarterback, you have a line, and you have a head coach, obviously, and a defense. Those are the important factors. You need a number 1 wide receiver. You don't need a number 1 running back. Some of you need to wake up and understand that the game it's kind of like basketball, the same thing. You know, as I get older, and those of us that get older, we see that as you get older, you have trouble changing with times, right? The times pass you up. You know what I'm saying? And you see it sometimes with people out there. Example, with me, to a certain extent. I adjust with sports and times and crypto and whatever, all kinds of I'm pretty good at adjusting with my business. People my age did not adjust with social media and all the other things that you have to do, platforms, all that. I did. I've adjusted pretty well. Music, I don't adjust as well. Great example. I just thought about this because I ran into it yesterday. Cameron Wolf, who'll be on later, he's at practice yesterday, and Tyreek starts off he had the playlist, right? So he's jumping around because he started with Meek Mill, and it's Dreams and Nightmares. And Cam says, with one of the great songs of our generation, or one of the greatest songs of our generation. So I go to listen to it, and my God, that is dog shit. Dog shit compared to anything that Snoop did, or NWA, or LL Cool J, or, like a slew of artists that I can pick over that shit. I don't adjust well to that. You know what I mean? I adjust well to sports. I understand what football is now. It's a passing game, not a running game. I understand basketball. It's a 3-point game, not a 2-point game. Okay? I don't adjust well to what some of you may call what new music and good music is nowadays. That I don't adjust well to. But everything else, crypto, platforms, social media, you name it, I've adjusted to everything and anything. I've been mostly ahead of the curve on all that kind of stuff in my business overall. I don't adjust well to the music part. Some of you don't adjust well to football. You keep thinking that the running back's what's going to bail you out. And they're nothing but a minor tool to win. Not a major tool, not the majority, not the main one, nothing. And all you got to do is go look to Tennessee. They have had the most dominant running game in the history of the NFL practically, and they can't win shit because the game isn't about running. The game's about passing. And since they've lacked the franchise quarterback, that's why they haven't won. Let's get to Alan Poupart, baby, and our EJDconstruction.com Miami Dolphins report.
Dolphins fans, time to get insight on your favorite team with your favorite reporter with an Expos hat. Sports Illustrated's Alan Poupart in our EJDconstruction.com Miami Dolphins report, exclusively on a Big O radio show.
All right. Good morning, sir. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Very good. By the way,
Sure.
I was feeling pretty bad from our last conversation because I did not mention that day we lost Robbie Robertson, bro. And
Was
the
that
great Canadian.
before or after our conversation?
No, it was that same day. I just left it out of our conversation because that day was the day to talk about it. But the great Robbie Robertson had passed away right hours before we had talked, unfortunately. So were you a big Robbie Robertson fan, being a Canadian, eh?
I always have to throw in the A. Oh, yeah, okay. No, I'll be honest with you. Not terribly familiar with his music.
Really? Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Now, question 2. You're not wearing the Expos hat, so you don't have a hat head going to the airport.
Well, and they make me take it off every time. So.
Oh, yeah, that's true. They did make me take it off every time. Like, hey, yeah.
Exactly. So, but it's coming with me to Houston.
Okay. All right. There you go. It will be there. All right. Have you tripped out with the overreaction on Dalvin Cook? Because, or are you kind of expecting all the foolishness and the overreaction about Miami not getting Dalvin Cook?
Well, to me, it's not. I haven't really noticed, I'll be honest with you. To me, it's not about the Dolphins not getting Dalvin Cook. To me, the bigger concern is the Jets getting Dalvin Cook. The Jets, who were going to be a problem to begin with, now have addressed one potential concern that they had is Breece Hall going to be back to where he was last year? And the Dolphins have to face the Jets twice, and it's a team that they have to beat out if they want to win the division, which is the first real goal, I think, this year beyond just making the playoffs, if we're going to be honest about it.
Yeah, I mean, it makes them deeper at that position. There's no doubt about it. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
But in the end, if you're the better team, I don't think that's the running game is not going to be the difference, is kind of what I was explaining to people here, that in the end, it doesn't really matter. It's more about your offensive line than anything else. But what's going to win is the quarterback in the passing game and your head coach. And, of course, you got to have a defense. The running game is not really any kind of factor that's really going to determine what's going to end up happening in the end, to be quite honest, because it's just not a major factor anymore in offenses.
Well, you say that to fans of the Eagles and the 49ers, because I think their offense is pretty much driven by the running game. So for the most part, I agree with you, but let's not pretend that it's completely irrelevant. And the other factor is Dalvin Cook also is a good receiver.
Well, Philadelphia has a running quarterback, so they have
a great running game buoyed by the best offensive line in the NFL.
The offensive line, the defensive lines, and the quarterbacking and passing game is what wins it for you. The running game is just a complement to all of that. It's not what leads the offense, dude. Jalen Hurts is what leads the offense with his arm or his legs. The running game is just a complement.
Disagree. The offensive line leads that offense, and everything revolves around the running game and the threat of the running game, which opens up everything. And it's kind of the same thing in San Francisco.
Only from a quarterback. They interchange the running backs. What are you talking about?
You're pissing on the. Here's the thing: is because of the Dolphins. Then this is what you do, Big O. Because the Dolphins didn't get Dalvin Cook, and you're trying to minimize it. And
no, wait a minute, buddy. I was way ahead of everybody in the media on this. I knew that Dalvin Cook wasn't going to get shit here, so I don't know what you're talking about, brother. I was ahead of everybody on this.
Everybody.
I told everybody that I think Dalvin Cook ain't shit. That's not what's important. What's important is the left guard and the right tackle. It's not Dalvin Cook. Everything else is interchangeable, just like in Philadelphia, buddy. Every running back is interchangeable because it's the goddamn quarterback and offensive line. Running backs aren't special. They're interchangeable.
Can I speak now?
Yeah, go ahead.
What I am fighting back on you is you're pissing the importance of the running game.
Yes, I am.
The running back. Okay, and I'm telling you, I'm pointing out to you that everything Philadelphia does offensively starts with the running game, and it's the same in San Francisco, whether you like it or not. Whether you like it or not. Yeah,
get it.
In San Francisco, it's a quarterback, and it's not Christian McCaffrey. Really?
Huh?
Come on now. Okay,
no, it's not.
And I get it.
It's only Christian McCaffrey because they're not paying a quarterback, so they had to go in that direction to put around a young quarterback so he doesn't have to do everything.
It still worked. I'm not arguing with you that the running backs have been minimized.
Listen, if they were paying a quarterback, they wouldn't have paid McCaffrey. They wouldn't have never made that deal. And in the end, by the way, they still haven't won the title because you got to win it with your arm in the end. So the guy with Philadelphia doing all the running you want, you lost to the guy that was passing on the other side. So in the end, the passing is
on a questionable DPI. Come on. And let's not pretend they didn't have the best team in the NFL. Okay. And again, I get your overriding point.
Tennessee at times outside of the quarterback might have had the best team in the NFL a few years back.
I get your overriding point when it comes to the Dolphins that Dalvin Cook was a luxury, not a necessity. For the Jets, he was more significant, again, because they had the concerns with Breece Hall. And if you look at that Jets offense last year, and you can't see that it was different once Breece Hall left the lineup, I don't know what to tell you. And
it was also pretty bad, too, because they have offensive line issues, too.
Which they did early in the season as well, and which Breece Hall helped mask to a certain degree. This is where your running back comes in.
No, I get that.
I'm
but
not bemoaning the fact, and you're like patting yourself on the back where your arms are going to get hurt about saying the Dolphins weren't going to pay much for Dalvin Cook. I was with you all along on that. You knew that I was this exact same place. First of all, because the Dolphins don't do that. That's not what they do.
I know that. I explained that from the get-go. That they weren't offering.
So did I never fought you on this.
And all the deals, by the way, were all in the same area until the Jets boosted this one up and then ended up getting him. If not, he probably would have ended up here. You know what I'm saying? But my tune hasn't changed from the get-go. I never looked at it as this important thing to add him. If it was a guard or a tackle, then I would have said, hey, the Dolphins have to make this move. And they would have made a move like that if, by some crazy notion, somebody's actually trading a good lineman when nobody in the league pretty much
which doesn't happen. But would you argue the fact that, and I agree with you, it wasn't priority if they signed Dalvin Cook, he's the best running back on the roster, and yes, it improves the team without necessarily it being a necessity or a high priority.
Doesn't get you any closer.
Do we not agree on that?
It doesn't get you any closer to winning a title just because he's the better running back. None of that means shit, dude. If you can't pass and you can't block and you can't defend, you're not going to win in the end.
That's got nothing to do with upgrading at running back. If you don't think he's better than what the Dolphins have on the roster right now at running back, I think you're completely crazy.
I know that he would be the best running back on the roster, but what does that mean when you have a carousel of backs?
It means that your offense immediately, regardless, is whatever percentage you want to put to it is a little better than it was before.
Yeah, but not at that price. You don't add that guy.
We all agreed on that all along. We never debated that.
Right. So
hey, but you're making it sound like it didn't matter. They wouldn't have helped anyway. And that's why I'm telling you, I think it's ridiculous. Not at the price you wanted. There's a difference.
With depth, but it doesn't get you any closer to a title. It just doesn't.
If it improves the team, then yes, it does get you closer to a title.
If you don't fix your line, I don't care who you have at running back. You could have Barry Sanders, and you're not going to win anything. You can have Derrick Henry, and you're not going to win anything. It's been proven over and over again. You can run all the hell you want. It's not anymore, bro. The game has completely changed. It doesn't matter what you can do on the ground. It's not going to determine any kind of outcome. If you cannot block and you cannot pass and you don't have the quarterback, you're not going to win. That's it. That's the way it goes.
By definition, if you agree with me that the Dolphins would be a better team with Dalvin Cook, then by definition, it gets them a little bit closer to the Super Bowl, even though, yes, you need the other elements in place.
Yeah. You can have all the running backs you want. If you don't have the line, it's not going to happen, bro. It's just not going to happen. Yeah, you'll be deeper at running back, but you're not closer to a title if the 5 guys up front don't block. Okay, because Pat Mahomes is the best in the world, and they had a running game, but they didn't have a line a couple of years ago, and he was on his ass the entire time. It's just the way it is in this league.
That was one game. That was the Super Bowl where they got smoked, and that was one.
It reminds me a lot of the Heat. Bro, you can overachieve and have your 2-point offense and 2-point offense and get to conference finals and get to the NBA finals. But because you can't shoot threes, in the end, the trade-off doesn't happen. So if you want to battle running games or passing games, you're going to lose every single time in today's NFL. Today's NFL needs to be dominated by the passing game, and the running game is nothing more than a complement. It cannot be your dominant force. If it's your dominant force, there's a good chance you'll end up winless, like the Baltimore Ravens do. You know,
who make the playoffs practically every year, and then the Eagles who went to the Super Bowl last year
and choke every year in the playoffs. Every year,
and right now we're still at the point where the Dolphins are not getting to the playoffs every year, so that would be a step up.
Well, yeah, when the Dolphins now actually have a front office, now they actually have a team that can get to the playoffs. You had incompetence in the past.
Oh,
you had
everybody was except for the people now. Okay, got it. Okay.
You don't think so? You don't think that there was a ton of incompetence the last 20 years?
You're going extraordinarily extreme right now to heap praise on the guys at the moment. Let's see what they do this year.
You don't like the roster? You don't think it's a playoff roster?
It's a very thin roster. It's a very thin roster.
Playoff roster.
Borderline.
Okay. All right. Borderline.
Although I will say part of the reason is because the AFC is completely loaded.
So they're borderline when they're better now. They added more talent, a defensive coordinator, and they backed into the playoffs last year with a shit ton of talent, injured. And they're barely a playoff team now? I don't understand.
In the AFC, okay, in the AFC, look at the AFC. Sorry. If they were in the NFC, they're a clear playoff team. You actually think it's a slump?
Weren't they in the AFC last year?
The AFC is even better. Dude, everybody in Vegas is wrong, right? Because their over-under is 9.5. So everybody's crazy. And 9.5 may or may not get in the playoffs.
Just asking, weren't they in the AFC last year? And they
were in the AFC last year, which is even better this year.
Why? Who accomplished?
Why? Because Deshaun Watson's a year removed from his hiatus. Number 2, because Kenny Pickett's now in his second year.
I'm sorry, I must have missed it. Where are they special in Cleveland? What have they done? Did they make the playoffs last year?
No, other than having maybe the best defensive end in the NFL or close to it, having one of the best offensive lines in the NFL and close to it. They sucked last year because they had no quarterback play, and Deshaun Watson was completely rusty from having sat out. If you don't think that they can make a move this year because Deshaun Watson's now a year removed, I think you're crazy.
We'll see, right? They haven't done anything.
Maybe with the Dolphins, we'll see. By the way, they were 1-6 down the stretch.
I watched the Dolphins make the playoffs last year, even with a crap ton of injuries and a backup quarterback, and they almost beat Buffalo on the road. So I don't know what you're
their last four with QB1. You want to be all sunshine and roses? Big O, by all means, go for it.
that's fine, and you could be all vinegar.
I'm not all vinegar. I'm being realistic. You're like, like everybody says the Dolphins are great.
You said they're barely a playoff team, a team that added Jalen Ramsey and added now Vic Fangio and added Long and added stuff on this team now that should make them better automatically. I mean, Fangio alone, just the Fangio addition alone should make you better than you were last year. And you think they're barely a playoff team, yet they backed into the playoffs with all the injuries they had last year. Do you think they just back in if they were fully healthy?
They lost 4 in a row before Tua got hurt the second time. That's number one. Number two, you're assuming that everything that went right last year is also going to go right. Okay? This is where you're just going.
I can't assume that the shit that went wrong will go right too, like less injuries?
Sure. We don't know. Okay, so your position is they're a slam dunk playoff team. Is that what you're saying?
So you're only allowed to assume negativity. That's what
I did not say that.
I love how negativity. That's it. That's all.
Blank. And you're all sunshine and roses. Point blank. Do you think they're a slam dunk playoff team?
Yeah, hell yeah. If they're healthy, to the they're a
and to me that they're not a slam dunk playoff team. Because again, the AFC is stacked.
Okay. All right. I see Buffalo probably taking a step back. The Jets have to prove that they can put it all together. The Patriots are lost. I don't know. I'm not sure why everything is so negative here, but everything is so rosy on the other side. I love that part.
It's not all rosy. There are a lot of things that we just don't know. You're assuming that because they made the playoffs last year and they made improvements, every team made improvements since last year. I hate to break it to you. And it was, you want to talk about teams that had injuries? Well, Baltimore was without Lamar Jackson for a long time. Actually, they still made the playoffs. I'm sorry. Saying, but again, if they were in the NFC, I'm with you. They'd be a slam dunk playoff team, and they might even be a contender for the NFC title. In the AFC, there's a shitload of really, really, really good teams. If you don't think Jacksonville is not going 12-5 in that division.
Yeah, but you don't include Miami in one of them. I mean, I think
Miami. Yes, Miami is in the team. To me, that's like Buffalo. Sorry, KC, Buffalo, and Cincinnati stand above right now. I know you're thinking Buffalo's taking a step back. I don't. And then you have maybe 7 other teams that are all good. And if you were to tell me, and that's Dolphins, Jets, Baltimore, Pittsburgh, Cleveland, Chargers, Jacksonville. Okay. And if you were to tell me that it could play out any way among those 6 or 7 other teams, yeah, I can believe that. And that's 9 or 10 legit playoff teams in the AFC.
What major improvements? I was thinking about that. What major improvements did Buffalo make?
Well, you're going to have to go with the injury thing. Number one is they have their safeties are back.
Injury is not improvement because obviously Miami's going to improve. But I'm saying Miami added on top of what they had. What did Buffalo add on top of what they had that made them like a Fangio? Like, show me what did they add? I don't remember now.
They added Dalton Kincaid, you're going to see what difference he makes in that offense. Okay. Number one, they added Damian Harris as a good running back as a backup. And more so, they've maintained. It's not so much that they haven't made an addition like a Vic Fangio. Right. They haven't.
I just, they didn't make any major improvements, but you can say whatever you want. But
they were 13-3, and it went south down the stretch for them after they had a player die on the field before he was brought back.
By the way, just so you'll know, Josh Allen, it goes awry for him in December and January all the time now. So it's kind of
he's still the best quarterback in that division. He's still the best quarterback in that division.
That's the funny part. That should be the theme for him now because he's the guy that doesn't come up big in the big moments. So,
you're right. You're right. He didn't come up big in that playoff game at Kansas City. The 13-second game, he didn't have a good game that day. You're absolutely right.
They end up falling out short in those big moments. So, he's
because the defense gave up a field goal in 13 seconds. Did you watch that game?
I get it. you know, what can I do?
Yes, you're right. You're right. No, Big O. Josh Allen was horrible in that playoff game at Kansas City. The one he almost single-handedly won. Yes.
I remember a game where Tony Romo was really hot and won too, like 500 yards against, I think it was Denver, actually. He put on a show. Yeah, no, I know, I get it. They can put on a show every once in a while, but you got to win. You got to win it.
It's not purely about the quarterback. To say that Josh Allen goes south in December and January, wow.
I think that window's closing on him now.
Okay, we'll see.
It's called the dolphin window. The porpoise is just closing on his ass right now.
Oh my
closing,
God.
just closing the door.
Where are your pom-poms? Pom-poms in the back?
At the end of the year, when the Dolphins are dominant at the top of the division, I am going to be laughing at you because I'm going to bring up this segment where you said they're barely a playoff team. Okay? So
that's what I said.
A barely a playoff
I said they're not a slam dunk playoff team. That's what I said.
That's barely a playoff team.
Okay. Do I get?
I think they're a tomahawk slam dunk.
Okay.
Of a playoff team. If they're healthy, why wouldn't they be a playoff team? They were unhealthy playoff team.
Or could it? Oh, I don't know. Could it be the defenses maybe figured out how to stop their offense late in the season last year? I don't know. Could that be it?
I doubt that very much.
We'll find out. But you have zero right to like be all and mighty of like I
have all the right. I have all the right.
And we'll do it the other way if it goes south of the Dolphins. I mean, seriously.
An injury-riddled Dolphins team made the playoffs and took your boy Josh Allen to the brink at the end of that fourth quarter. Okay, and if it wasn't for the head coach having some air in his freaking head and he should have run the damn ball or get that play in at 4th and 1, they could have eliminated your boy Josh Allen.
And to use your argument, though, who won the game?
Josh Allen almost got eliminated by Skylar Thompson. I just want you to know that.
Who won the game? To use your argument. I mean, wow.
I get he won. He beat Skylar Thompson. He better barely beat Skylar Thompson. What do you got going on SI? What more negativity do you have going on?
None of this garbage here, because this was bad. My Lord. We have objectivity going on at all Dolphins. I examined the Dalvin Cook situation, closing the book with all angles, including the one that, yes, he was more of a necessity for the Jets and the Dolphins. Oher updated and handicapped the key position battles heading into the joint practices with the Houston Texans.
Check it out, alldolphins.com. Follow him on Twitter at PooPartNFL. Alan, thank you as always. Safe travels, my brother.
Thank you.
You got it. There you go. Alan Poupart, baby. EJD Construction. Call my guy Eric, Dade or Broward counties. Okay? Because I know we've gotten some of the Palm Beach folks to call, and unfortunately, he only services Dade and Broward County. 305-433-4843. What you love about Eric is full contractor, fully insured, liability, and workers' comp. So you will not get injured. I mean, you will not get sued if somebody gets injured in your property. Custom home construction, major home remodeling, they do it all. It doesn't matter if you want to add an addition. We have a listener now that is building like an efficiency in the back of there because they're going to make it an Airbnb. You know, if you want to do that, which, you know, in this town, an Airbnb, you'll make some extra money. That Airbnb will end up paying for your mortgage. How crazy is that? And I think a lot of South Floridians are thinking of doing that stuff now, is building an Airbnb. If they have the property, if they have the land, you build an Airbnb and you rent it out constantly because people are coming to South Florida all the damn time. And I am serious, man. It's like you'll end up paying your mortgage for that. I mean, it's crazy. We had a listener had unfortunately a fire in their home. They had to remediate the entire home, so they gut it all out to redo everything, the plumbing, the piping, everything. Folks, the quality, the work, the affordability, they use shell house construction in-house. That's how they keep the cost down, folks. Call Eric. This is the owner's personal cell number, so you can ask him whatever job you want. 305-433-4843. Call Eric at ejdconstruction.com.
You've been listening to the ejdconstruction.com Miami Dolphins Report with Sports Illustrated's Alan Poupart. For additions, home remodeling, and custom work, call Eric at 305-433-4843. EJDconstruction.com is your custom home builder and general contractor you can trust. 305-433-4843.
All right. Got it. I love how Poop thinks they're barely a playoff team. And they made the playoffs last year with all those injuries. I got to tell you, bro. It's like, I get it, man. You got to sell drama because that's what helps out, to get clicks and all that kind of shit. But I don't know, man. Coach AJ says, thank you for the love on the super chat. Remember, you can make a donation through Cash App or Venmo at Cash Big O Show. That is Cash Big O Show, Cash App or Venmo. Coach AJ says, let's not forget MVP A-Rod, Aaron Rodgers, had Devontae Adams and Aaron Jones with a top 5 O-line and top 3 defenses 2 years, 0 rings. Exactly. I am with you. I just find it funny that, Hey, look, let's get into something else on the Dolphins here, okay? The preseason is misleading, okay? And it could go both ways, good and bad. So let me make sure I explain this, okay? It's not just one way. But let me explain what I'm trying to say. You can't get a measurement on any team nowadays. It's just too hard. There isn't enough hitting. There isn't enough tackling. They don't play enough. Tua isn't going to play this week. A bunch of guys are going to play this week. They're going to hold them out, and they're going to play in week 3. And they'll get them their snaps there. And it's still not enough. Folks, we're not going to find out who are the offensive linemen that are really going to settle in at left guard or right tackle. They're going to take a guess out of the best of what they have. But eventually, it might be somebody else. And just like last year. And I think the problem is, I don't think we really find out about any team until a month or 6 weeks into a season now. Back in the day, even when I was on the beat in the 90s and the early 2000s, we had two-a-days. They were hitting. They were tackling. Dude, they started every practice with Jimmy and early on with Dave Wanstead with inside drill. That's goal line shit to start off the morning. That's how you get practice going. Full-blown contact right there. Stretch out, do everything, individuals, and the first thing you did was inside drill. Holy shit. And so you started to find out about your team right away, every day. And then the two-a-days, the second time, you had inside drill again. And so we used to be able to get a feel for how a team was going to be. You don't anymore. And all of the media members telling you that they do, they're lying. They're lying. They're lying to themselves. They're lying to you. They're lying to everybody. There's not enough hitting going on. Take it from somebody that's been in the business for 30 years, and at least I saw when they were hitting and when they were tackling and when they were actually doing something. Nowadays, I go to practice, and it is a joke. So we truly aren't going to find out about this team until a month into the season. That's when they'll be sharp in their tackling. That's when they'll be sharp in everything. Hopefully in the offensive line, they'll start to settle in. But we're really not going to know because there just isn't enough hitting. There isn't enough reps to find out. Austin Jackson has these moments where he actually did pretty good in the game, which to me was more important because throughout practice, he has moments where he stops people, and then he has moments where he just missed and whiffed completely on somebody. And you're like, bro, what were you thinking? And yet somehow it got by him. And you're like, whoa, come on, dude, you can't do that. You'll get somebody killed. You know what I'm saying? And so I think it's just one of those things where everybody's got to write something. They got to talk about something. They got to have something out there. And then, it's Panic City. And we're we haven't even started. There's 3 weeks left till the season starts. They haven't lost a game. And we got people acting like it's, look at Poupart. They're barely a playoff team. How could you say that, dude? They added Vic Fangio. That alone should make you an extra win or two from last year. You're an automatic playoff team barring injuries, which of course could derail any season. And yet, with all the injuries they had last year, they still made the playoffs. Isn't that a sign of how good they are? But only in this town do they hurt you for that. Because it's supposed to be the other way around. Of course the Dolphins are a playoff team. If they're way healthy, damn, of course they're going to be a playoff team. They weren't healthy last year, and they still made the playoffs, and they almost beat the Bills. And thanks to bad decisions by the coach, it's probably the reason why you lost to the Bills. You might have beat the Bills if it actually was, if Mike McDaniel made the right decisions. Only does the media in this town not give the Dolphins credit for making the playoffs injury-riddled. And now they're being viewed like they're barely a playoff team, according to Alan Poupart. Where does that make any sense? Why? Because you want to give credit to other people that haven't accomplished anything? Like this man just said, with all the talent that Aaron Rodgers had in Green Bay, he didn't get it done there in an easier conference. Why is he going to get it done here? The negativity can only go here. It can't go towards the Bills. Oh, no, they couldn't have taken a step back. No, of course not. Oh, the Jets, they haven't accomplished anything. But no, now all of a sudden they're the Super Bowl contenders. Yet that quarterback has come up short over and over again lately with better talent than he had with the Jets. I don't get it. So, it's really amazing to me. It's funny. Anyway, Pat in Nashville says, in 20 years, I guarantee Poupart is going to be that guy yelling at his kids to get off my lawn wearing a threadbare Expos hat. Oh, man. Let's see. Big O, then Miami's run game is screwed. Actually, didn't they average 4.5 last year? I must have missed that. Didn't Mostert, Wilson, and Salvon Ahmed all average over 4.5 yards a carry with that line? Didn't Tua get hurt because he held on to the ball, not because the line was allowing sacks? Help me out there. What was it, Sean? Was Tua hanging on to the ball, or was it that the offensive line pulled a Jesse Davis? Which one was it? Exactly. I'm sorry, I must have missed that. Does Tua not have to learn to get rid of the ball, or is it that he was running for his life last year? Because I don't remember him running for his life that much. The first 2 years, on the snap of the ball, he was running for his life. I'm with you there. But last time I checked, when you had the 3 guys at the healthy, obviously with Armstead out, it becomes a problem. But when Armstead was in there, even with the 2 guys filling in at left guard and right tackle, Tua was never running for his life, and Tua only injured himself because he held on to the ball. And I think we documented that for you over and over again last year. Between 3.85 seconds and 5.1 seconds. I want you to know you got to get rid of the ball at 2.7. He was suffering injuries at 3.85 seconds to 5.1, between 4 and 5 seconds holding on to the ball. It was not the offensive line. Oh, and last time I checked, did they not average 7 and 9 yards a carry against the Bills and against the Packers, and the head coach chose not to keep running the ball? Okay. You know, some of you kind of lose sight of what the reality is, what actually really happened. You know, like, oh, it's the worst. Actually, it wasn't as bad as you make it out to be. In fact, the coach's decisions were actually worse at times than the offensive line play. And Tua was not running for his life. Oh, and by the way, how can you barely be a playoff team, according to Poupart, when you backed into the playoffs with a whole shitload of injuries and a backup quarterback? So if your quarterback's healthy and he finds a way to stay healthy and the team's relatively healthy, they're not a playoff team, but like automatically? Well, then I guess, by the way, at the end of the year, if they don't make the playoffs, Poupart can't be too critical of Mike McDaniel because he didn't really think they were that much of a playoff team. Can't have it both ways. You can't have it both ways. Okay? I will be critical of McDaniel if this team is pretty healthy and they don't make the playoffs. But I think Poupart now cannot be very critical anymore if they don't make the playoffs because he didn't really think much of the team. He thinks like, I wouldn't be surprised if they're not in the playoffs is basically what he said. I'm just, just staying with what was said. That's what I'm going with. Let's see. I'm the greatest homer. Yes, I am, of course. I'm always a homer when I think positive, and then I'm a hater when I think negative. So that's kind of the way it goes, but I'm used to it. It's kind of been like that. Yep, the Dolphins running game as a whole has been at the bottom of the league, but that's in part of Mike McDaniel's fault. Exactly. Well, you got Finn's rule. You said Tua wanted to make a play. I can't blame him for holding on to the ball. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can, dude. You're not built like Josh Allen. You're not built like Cam Newton. You can't take hits. You got to understand who you are and what your limitations are. So you cannot hold on to the ball. You cannot play hero ball. You have had already now concussions, a broken hip, 2 busted ankles that you had to put titanium rods in because you're a maniac and you don't want to be injured again. So you put titanium rods, which is impressive, but crazy. But you're not those people. You're not Ben Roethlisberger, bro. You're not going to be able to take a bunch of hits and get right back up again. So you're wrong. He's not. If you're Tua, you need to make a decision and bro, Marino was bigger than him. Marino never held on to the ball at all. Marino got rid of it. The second he knew the play was dead, he wasn't going to hold on and look around and wait for somebody to take a blindsided shot. Bullshit, dude. He heaved it right into the 7th row. I'm sorry. I disagree with that completely. Joe Montana, Drew Brees, Bob Greasy, decisions. Get rid of the ball. Do not play hero ball. You're not built to take hero ball. So I disagree with you. I'm very critical of Tua. That's the only criticism I have of Tua. Don't play hero ball. I get you want to make a play, but you got to understand who you are. Get rid of it. You're good enough to live for the next play. I get it. Chad Henne can't live to make the next play because he can't make the next play. Ryan Tannehill has to make a play because he can't make the next play because they're not passers. This guy's a passer. This guy's a pure passer. Live to make another play. So I completely disagree with you on that one. That's my only criticism of Tua. Get rid of the ball, young man. It's not worth hanging on to. There will be more plays, more drives, more games. If it's the Super Bowl and it's the last play of the game, then I guess you got to hold on to it. But during the regular season, get rid of the goddamn ball. True Fin Fence 78 says, I don't give three poops about Cook in a new yuck. Thank you for the love, brother. David says, I will disagree with Poopart about the Browns being the same mix as Miami, KC, Cincinnati, Buffalo, the Jets, Miami, Baltimore, San Diego, Jacksonville, Tennessee, or Pitt. At least three of those teams won't make it to the postseason. Well, definitely. Just wish Greer would have gotten more pieces for the O-line. I wonder if he kind of went with what they wanted. You know, kind of like the A-Chain thing. Like he picked A-Chain because the coach wanted him. And so I'm wondering if he said, should we go after this guard or this tackle? And he's like, no, we're going to work with these guys. We'll get some other guys. We don't have to spend that kind of money. We'll be all right. I that's the part I don't know. Because sometimes you appease your coaches. And these guys, they never wavered from Jackson and Eichenberg. And I'm telling you because, you know, I get to hear it from the building. And I've told you over and over again, they have never stopped believing in those guys. And I guess it's because they've only been around them 1 year and they weren't ready to give up on them. They must have seen something. So I don't know if it's a Greer thing or it was McDaniel and the rest of the coaches, Frank and all these guys saying, no, we can work with these guys. I think we can get it done with these guys. I'm not sure. That part I don't know. You know, but it's interesting. I'm being way too positive. Well, okay. That's fine. So I'm good with I'm being what I think is realistic. I think it's unrealistic to be completely negative now when you have very little information. That's the problem. And to me, that's the way I look at it. You have very little information. How are you so negative on the team? I don't understand that one. But I do get the negativity because the negativity sells. It'll get the clicks. That's all. And it's what you guys feed off of. Our world feeds off of negativity. That's the human nature in you guys. And it's what you want to hear and it's what you want to complain about and that's kind of the way it goes, unfortunately. What are you going to do? What do we got next? Actually, it'll be Manny Navarro at 11:30. Remember, you can make a donation through Cash App or Venmo at Cash Big O Show. That is Cash Big O Show, Cash App or Venmo. What do we got going on in the market? Where's my H bar at? Wow, H bar up 8%. It's up over 7 cents, 7.2. I like it. I like it. I like it. Bitcoin stuck at 29.3 right there. Still strong. Still holding strong, which is impressive. And the markets, by the way, just to mention, the NASDAQ is down 0.5 point. The Dow is down 258 points, and the S&P is down 32 points. So, let's see. True FinFan says, you're dead on right. This is a QB-driven league. Thank you, True FinFan, for the super chat, as always. And it's what it is, dude. It's a QB-driven league. What else do we have here on the chat board? You can't teach a QB this late in his career to remember to get rid of the ball. That should be automatic. Tua is too fragile. Oh, you could definitely learn to get rid of the ball. That's not true. You could definitely learn to get rid of the ball. Made Sean and I look up the videos. What was that? What did I make up? You guys look what videos? What are we talking about here? I don't know what you're talking about, Chad.
The time that Tua held onto the ball, we had to.
Oh, that's right. Exactly. Yes. Exactly. Yes. Eric Storm says, I got Miami over 10.5 wins. and we'll be collecting in January. Good for you, Eric. Dan Campbell, Oklahoma drill was intense, I heard. Yeah, that was funny how those players weren't getting injured during those 2-a-day practices like they do now. You know, that's I think I told you guys this recently. A scout told me he complained that they don't practice enough. He believes that too. He believes that it hardens you too by practicing a lot and hitting, that it gets you better prepared, and that the wear and tear, you know, you have guys that will play forever. It's in your DNA. If you're Clay Matthews, you can last. And if you're Yateel Green, you can't. And it has nothing to do with how many times you practice. It's just who you are. And you can't control it. Just like I could get COVID and it'll be sniffles for me, and then somebody else gets COVID and they die, and somebody else gets COVID like Dave Navarro, and you can't smell or taste for a year or two. You can't explain it. Just like you can't explain Zonka leading with his head his entire life, and look at him. He's just fine. Other guys lead with their head, and they've got all kinds of dementia and whatever by their 40, and they're committing suicide, and they have issues. And I think the scout I think he's right about that. You can't dictate who's the guy that's going to be Otto Graham, right? That you're going to play for freaking 25 years, or you're going to be the guy that plays for 2 minutes and you can't last in the league. What determines that is your DNA, your body makeup. It's something you really can't control. That's just the way it is. And I do have to agree with that players probably got injured less at the times when they were hitting more. And that's because they were, you know, built to be a little bit more durable than they are nowadays. So I could see that, man. It has kind of screwed up the game. Can't argue with that one. Let's see what we got on the chat board. Alf says this team has not tackled to the ground all camp, and the Lions did it twice. They get called old school barbaric. And guess what, Alf? Detroit will be better prepared to play than Miami. Yeah. I completely now, is it legal, by the way, what Detroit is doing? Because of the CBA, I don't know if that's even legal, if they can do that. You know, so I don't know. But yeah, it's crazy. Shibarium launches today. I'm not sure. I'm not sure, Miami RW. I'm not sure if the Shibarium launches today. I'm impressed with Shib, bro. Shib is actually building real, actual technology that can be used. It's not just a meme coin. They've got the NFTs. They've got DeFi. They've got blockchain, so they can build businesses on it. So they are going all out, man. And they're built on Ethereum. So it's more of a modern coin, unlike, let's say, Doge, that has no modern capabilities like that to be able to build an ecosystem, whereas Shib is literally building an ecosystem. And that is impressive. It'll pay off. You just got to hang in there. Let's see what else. Zonka did that for 11 years and had 6 preseason games where they played more time in each game and 2 practices per day, or sometimes 3 practices. They had 3-a-days in Zonka's time. Okay? 3-a-days and bath salts, or whatever they're called, salt pills. I just want to have some fun with the bath salts. Let's see. I think you get hurt less when going full throttle than when trying to hold back. I agree, Robert. I agree. But it's been negotiated, bro. So you can't do anything about it. Johnny Ron says, morning, Big O. Besides San Fran, who else has our playbook or similar to There'll be teams that we take less players from when 53-man cuts happen. You agree? Well, it all depends on what – it depends on you talk about on defense or on offense. You know what I'm saying? The only thing is that I don't know how many good linemen might be cut because people rarely do that. You rarely end up with one, you know? Today's players work too much in the weight room and too little on the field cutting and hitting. I agree. Big O, I hope you enjoyed your trip to Quebec. I saw how beautiful old Quebec City was with its fine architecture and restaurants. Did you get a chance to sample some poutine? Yes, I did. Not my thing. Not my thing. It's just a mix. Not my thing, unfortunately. Orlando, talk about how hot the Marlins are. Finally give Bruce Sherman props. What have they accomplished? Did they make the playoffs? I know they're a half game out of the wild card. I know they won 3 in a row. I know they hit back-to-back homers and arrays to get the third to be the third home run guy out of that group. The other 2 are supposed to hit it, but arrays, and which was like number 5 on the year for him. But what have they accomplished? Did they make the playoffs? Isn't this kind of the same thing we've seen for many years now? The team that can kind of tease you, win just enough games, be in the wild card race, just outside, that kind of stuff. They haven't accomplished anything, my brother, at all. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not sure what you want me to – it's been a nice season, but I still don't see a real commitment, dude. You're trying to do just enough to barely get into the playoffs, but, come on, man. I mean, it's a nice little team. I enjoy watching them, but I've enjoyed watching them in the past with Yelich and Stanton and all those other guys, or back in the day, with Dontrell and company. And so it doesn't matter to me, but right now I haven't really accomplished anything yet. So let's wait till the season ends and let's see if they at least make the playoffs. Then Bruce Sherman has done something. But being over 500 or just over 500 and flirting with the playoffs, that's what these guys used to do all the time. They used to be just barely over 500 or just at 500 and tease you, but never really do enough to get over the hump. So, Green Lion, when they actually start accomplishing something, then we'll give them credit. You know what I'm saying? But for now, I'll enjoy it. Do you remember that year in the 90s when the Finns signed all of their top free agents and came apart? Yes, I do. It was 95. They went, oh, God, I want to say they were like 9-1 or some shit like that, right? And then everything went awry. They had like 19 first-round picks on that team. They signed a whole bunch of former first-rounders and stuff like that. Yeah, it didn't work out. Once the cap kicked in and all that kind of stuff, it became harder for Shula. Personnel was really tough decisions for Shula the last few years. They weren't good ones. And then they made several mistakes in the draft. Unfortunately, that was the tough part for Shoes. But yeah, of course I remember. Zonka is the exception in his generation. Kick was not as fortunate. Mercury, fewer headshots. Larry is indeed fortunate. Like I said, David, it all depends on your body. And so it really doesn't matter. So if you're not a person that can take a lot of hits, when you play the game, you're not going to come out of it the same. If you're built like a rock and you can keep taking hits, then you'll be Mike Singletary and you'll be Larry Zonka and you'll be, I don't know, I'm trying to think of some of these headhunting type guys that played, and you look at them now and they're fine. I just think it's something that none of us can actually predict. We just don't know how it's going to affect us. So, poutine is Dairy Queen hot dogs to Big O. Well, at least it didn't make me upset stomach like the hot dog, dude 67, okay? The poutine didn't do that to me. It's not enticing. I just didn't find it to be an enticing meal. That's all. Big O says that he always told us we're not getting Cook. Yes, whatever I told you. You just, if not, make up whatever you want and all of that. Let's see. I'll take a corned beef sandwich from Schwartz over Rubens in Montreal any day. I did not go to those places, which I definitely screwed up there. But I'll tell you this, I wouldn't mind going back to Montreal, but I'd go with my wife instead, is what I'll do. I won't go again to Montreal unless, maybe you two are Iron Maiden or something, or doing something really special. But I'll never go to a concert again inside Olympic Stadium because the sound is not as good. So that part, but I wouldn't mind going back to Montreal with the wife for a weekend and, go out and enjoy the nightlife that they have there, because they do have some pretty cool bars and restaurants and things like that. And it's a really pretty city. Even one of the days that it was raining throughout the day, I even told Poopart, bro, even in the rain, this city's a pretty city. You know what I mean? I guess Canadians like Poop come down here because of the cold and the taxes. Is that what it is? Fill me in there. Why do Canadians move to the United States? Is it weather and taxes, right? Because everything else looks like pretty cool, like normal. People are there, very nice. There's a melting pot also, by the way. Lots of cultures there, which is really cool. I don't know, clean city. Montreal's very clean. Okay. You've got little issues like any other city out there, but overall, looked like a pretty cool place, man. So I would imagine that our Canadian friends move down here. Weather and taxes is the only thing I can think of. What else is there? And I know that the leaders now are going a little too crazy on their rules and their laws, but that's a whole nother subject that we can get into. They're also going to screw people over with CBDCs like they're going to do here, like the Democrats want to do here to Americans. So, I just went to Croatia. Wow, what a beautiful country. Women are tall and gorgeous. No crime everywhere. Everyone speaks English, unlike South Florida. LOL. Just go to Canada one time in the winter and you'll see why they moved down here. Right, exactly. It's got to be, right, Gordon? It's got to be the weather and the taxes is the only thing I can think of. Yeah, crime I'm sure is everywhere. I don't know if Canada has as many problems as, let's say, some of our places do. Certainly not like California. Holy shit. The crap that goes on in California doesn't go on anywhere else. I can tell you Canada is way more safe and normal than anything in California. In fact, almost every state, even Florida, might be more normal, and we're not normal, than California. Big O, most Canadians move away from the weather, especially as they get older. Okay. That the weather makes sense. That's the only reason that, and I'm sure the taxes they say are brutal. But then again, everybody gets medical coverage there too, so it's kind of offsets. Great hiking in Canada, I'm sure. And Finn's Rule wants to make sure you know that he has never had Canadian poutine. Okay? So Marlins defeat the Astros 5-1. They've won 3 in a row. Tonight, Christian Javier taking on Johnny Old Ass Cueto. They're half a game out of the wild card. See if they can actually win. It would be nice. Tonight, it's all messy, baby. 7 o'clock, Philadelphia, Leagues Cup. He did roll the ankle yesterday, right? He got it like stuck on the turf. Everybody's freaking out. Hopefully he's all right. He kept running around after, so he probably ran it off there, and I'm sure he got a little treatment. He'll be all right. What else do we have going on? Mike Gesicki, unfortunately, got injured. Looks like a shoulder injury, according to Rappaport. Mild dislocated shoulder. Okay, for Mike Gesicki. So, let's see. Oh, we are ready to go. All right, let's do it, baby. Give us a minute here. Here we go. Let's get the latest on what's going on with the Canes and Manny Navarro in our Canes Wear Miami Hurricanes report.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. Time for Canes fans to get what they want. Information, insight, and perspective. It's the Caneswear Miami Hurricanes Report with Manny Navarro, exclusively on the Big O Radio Show. Here's Big O and insider Manny Navarro.
Manny, I was talking about this, that being in the business as long as I've been, and I used to watch, with Shula, was my first few years in the business, 92 to 95, right? And then Jimmy started in 96. And then watching Jimmy, and then even into Dave Wanstead, there was a lot of hitting and a lot of tackling and two-a-days, and Jimmy would start off with inside drill. Everybody would do their individual stretch out, boom, and the first thing you did was inside drill, and you used to, when I was like a beat guy 25 years ago, you used to get a feel for a team, right? And I think nowadays, in general, the media is jumping to conclusions because in the NFL, at least, I don't think you really know what a team looks like because they don't play in the preseason until the third game. Right. And, that's the only time they perform. And then throughout the week, they're not really tackling. They're not really hitting a lot. And so I think the first 4 or 5 games of the regular season has now become kind of slash your preseason. That's when you get sharp with your tackling. That's when you get sharp with everything. And that's when you figure out who's who on some of those questionable positions. Not like Teron Armstead or Robert Hunt, but the left guard and the right tackle might change in that first month because you can really get a good feel. So I'm going to spin this to you now. From what you hear from coaches and what they tell you, do they hit enough? Do they tackle enough? Do they really find out enough to know about their teams? Because I almost feel like if you're not doing it at the NFL level, how the hell are you getting away with it in college when they've limited you there also?
Yeah, they really don't get a feel for it. Oh, I think you hit it on the head. I think a lot of this, people were kind of making fun of Manny Diaz back in the day when we would put out those videos of the guys tackling tires, those big inflatable tires that they would roll out in front of them. And the reality is that's the kind of tackling that goes on in these things. There's not a whole lot of hitting. There's a whole lot of thudding is what they call it. Because they want to avoid injury. And that's the reality now. These coaches know who their best players are. They don't need to see camp. The reality is they know, hey, when this guy's healthy and 100%, he's the best guy I've got. They have to know their rosters by now, right? Because a guy like Mario, he's already gone through a whole season. Obviously, he's got the transfers and some of the freshmen that have come in that he still needs to see go through their thing. But I think for the most part, he knows the strengths and the limitations of each of his players. And so what all they're trying to do when they go through practice a lot of the time is get through healthy without injury, because in the end, you got to have your best players available to you for when the games actually matter. So you're right. I don't think they get a good gauge. I think that's one thing I've heard many coaches say over the years, at least at the college level. We don't really know how good we are at tackling until the first or second game of the season. And
by the way, do college coaches also know that the way the game is being played now, they effed up the NFL. Absolutely. Seriously, I don't think people realize. I think most people don't realize this because they don't get to talk to people like I do. Scouts in the NFL now, they hate scouting linemen now.
Yeah.
Because nobody runs the goddamn ball. They don't put the hand on the ground. They don't know who's a road grader anymore unless the guy is so special that he stands out, that he's so good above everybody else. But pass pro, they all get a feel for it because that's all they do is pass pro all the time. And then the rules, they can fire off the line right away, right on the snap of the ball, which you can't do that in the NFL. And so there are a lot of things that have kind of changed the game of college football that have made it that much harder for the NFL. And that's why it's so much harder. That's why in the league, in the NFL, everybody pretty much has offensive line issues because, dude, it's really hard to figure out who the hell's a road grader.
Yeah, they don't really. We don't play the game the way that we used to. It's a 7-on-7, essentially, throwing the football every down, and those offensive tackles are basically playing defense against those pass rushers. They're just trying to stand in front of them as long as they can. So you don't get to see them move forward very often, and which is why, like you said, I think you see a lot of guys who get drafted. Sometimes they won't have necessarily great college careers, but the college coaches or the NFL scouts like their body type, like what little they've seen in film, and think I can develop this guy.
Footwork, strength,
right?
Say, okay, I can.
They look for ingredients.
Right.
Exactly. And it's not so much, hey, was this guy All-America first team or second team or whatever, because to them none of that really matters. It's more, hey, what do I see of the guy and what are his tools and what can I make of him? How injured is he? Is he coming to us unscathed with injury? Those kind of things matter to them more than anything else. So you're right. I agree with you 100% that the game, the evaluation of the offensive line without question is the hardest position.
Oh, my God. Talk about a position set to be fired. Okay, you're going to only scout offensive linemen. Huh? What? I don't get to scout any other position? Make it easy for me. Seriously, dude, it has got to be impossible. And they tell me, the scouts tell me, like, it is, we are just guessing at this point. It's going to be a run. We can guess who's going to be we have good information on who's going to be a pass blocker, but our information on run blocking, it is so few and far between, and it's got to be some guy at Georgia or some guy at Alabama and even with that, sometimes it's really hard to even tell, even with those kind of teams that do have a little bit more of a pro style where they, maybe run a little bit more and showcase it a little bit more. You know what I'm saying? But it's crazy, dude, how things have changed. All right, so progress. Talk to us a little bit. How's practice going? Where do the coaches feel the team is right now?
Well, I think a lot of the same questions we came into camp with in terms of cornerback and receiver, trying to find guys emerging at those two spots. I think those are the two areas that competition sort of continues to fluctuate. I think you saw in this past scrimmage on Saturday, the two Brown brothers, Selwyn Brown's sons, started at cornerback for Miami. Damari, who is the big time recruit locally here out of Plantation American Heritage, and his older brother who played at UCF and started for 3 years. Those are the two guys that were starting at the outside corner position. You saw Jaden Davis playing a lot inside, the Oklahoma transfer. So I think they're continuing to evaluate. Again, it's going to be the guys who perform the best. I don't think they care if it's a true freshman or a sixth-year guy or a guy who just got here. So I think that evaluation continues. I think receiver, I think who the first group is. You got Colby Young, you got Jacoby George, you got Xavier Restrepo. But I think, the true freshman, Ray, is coming along and making an impact. There's some guys who might be past at that position, but for the most part, the rest of it is pretty much what we expected to see on paper. The offensive line hasn't changed. It's the same five. The running backs, A.J. Allen, who we thought would come in here, the transfer from Nebraska, would come in here and make a little bit of an impact. He had a nice game in the scrimmage. I still think he's not the number one running back. I still think it's going to be Henry Parrish, who was a starter last year, at least in the beginning of the season. But, we'll see what happens sort of going forward. And the last thing is just James Williams in safety. He didn't start and get a whole lot of reps with the first team. He was playing some at the linebacker position, but I chalk that more up to experimentation. And seeing Markeith Williams, what he can do.
That Williams kid reminds me of what's his name? Keith Traylor.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know where I'm going?
No. Well, go ahead. Keep going.
Keith Traylor came into the league as a fucking safety.
Right.
But he was
up on the defensive line.
He was so big as a safety.
Yeah.
That then they made him a linebacker. But he was so big as a linebacker that they made him a defensive end. And then he was so big as a defensive end, they said, play defensive tackle. And when I look at that James Williams kid, it's almost like, bro, you're too big to play back there. and it's almost like they start playing you closer and closer to the line because his body is probably still developing. And so I'm not surprised that you're playing him at linebacker, and I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up at defensive end because, young man, the closer you get to the line, the more money you're going to make.
Yeah. I agree with you. Oh, and what's funny is that coming out of high school, everyone was saying this. Everybody who watched him play high school ball down here was saying that, this is a guy that has Javon Curse type ability at the line of scrimmage. He could be that kind of a wrecking ball up front. And but it's one of those things too where the kid grows up. Everybody's afraid to tell him no because they don't want him to leave their high school. Nobody wants him to lose. Certainly Manny Diaz in Miami didn't want him leaving South Florida for Georgia or somewhere else. So what do you say? All right, we're going to play at safety. And I think ultimately somebody needed to have a hard conversation with that guy earlier in life and just say, hey, you want the big payday, get closer to the line of scrimmage. So
you're not Anthony Chickaloing the guy, okay?
Right.
And for those of you that don't know, obviously we had a boneheaded coach here that got Anthony Chickalo and basically effed up his career playing him at a position that he shouldn't have played in. You know what I mean? And so those kind of moments end up becoming stories that last forever, and then they those are the things that scare people at times. But, sometimes your body's evolving, and that Williams kid just I'm not saying he's going to end up like Keith Traylor as a defensive tackle. I'm just saying I'm not surprised that his body is evolving, that he's going to start getting closer and closer to the line of scrimmage because, brother, I mean, at one point you're going to be too big to be back there. That's the way it is. Those guys are going to be too fast for you. You know what I'm saying? On the recruiting side, any kind of news there?
Well, they picked up a couple commitments over the weekend. Kavian Broussard, another big offensive tackle, 6'6", 276, a 3-star kid out of Louisiana. Again, they keep going into the state of Louisiana to get guys, and what else do you expect, right? Your two coordinators are from there. They have roots there, and so obviously they're going to have some pipelines to build, and I think that's a good thing. Miami needs to get kids from the southeast, the entire southeast, not just the state of Florida. I think we've made that mistake in the past. Miami has, of relying too much of in-state talent, and it just, for whatever reason, it's not a good mix. And then they flipped Elias Rudolph, who is a 4-star edge rusher kid that's really out of the Ohio area, the Cincinnati, Ohio area. He came down here briefly, transferred to Deerfield Beach, I think in the summertime when his coach was supposed to coach down here in the springtime. Ends up going back to Cincinnati where he'll play his senior year. But a kid that was committed to Michigan, another one of these big, tall, long edge rushers that's fast, can get to the quarterback, a disruptor up front, and so you need lots of those guys. To me, you take 6 or 7 of those guys, and you hope 2 or 3 of them pan out, and you just have them in the rotation, and that's how you get really, really good.
All right. I saw you had to write a story on Alex Collins, man.
Yeah.
Wow, what a shame. 28 years old, motorcycle accident. Jeez.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, terrible tragedy. I just gotten back home. last night and was working, and somebody messaged me and said, "Hey, did you hear about Alex Collins?" And I said, I hadn't heard the news. I was driving back from St. Augustine late Sunday night. Got here late Sunday night, and I saw the police report from Broward Sheriff's Office around 9:15, and it said that he was the one who had died in a motorcycle crash. So terribly sad story. All I remember about the kid from the years that I covered him, I wrote a story about him before his senior year, was just how well-rounded he was. He wanted to learn sign language. He wanted to, he played the piano. This is a guy who was unbelievable in track, the best football player in Broward County at the time. And yet he was very well-rounded, very eager, and then of course the infamous story where his mom runs off with his national letter of intent because she wanted to sign with Arkansas. She wanted him to stay home, and the next day, of course, he signed and ended up at Arkansas and having a really, I thought, a good college career. Didn't necessarily equate to the NFL. He had some positive moments, but either way, terribly sad. Too young. 28 years old is too young. And I feel like every year I'm writing a story about these kids. Every year I'm writing about somebody we've lost.
That's right. Every day, I say it all the time. Every day is a blessing that we open our eyes, bro. Because look, I was reading the story, and the kid was born in '94. Brother, I was 28 in 94.
Yep.
Okay?
Yeah.
And now I'm 56. I'm going to be 57 soon. It's like, every day is precious, man, because you don't know when is our last day and when we're going to check out, unfortunately. And to see that we lose that young man at 28 and apparently loved by all, bro.
Yeah, just a guy who
everybody that was tweeting about him had stories, and I thought RG3 had a nice one.
Yep.
Just impressive stuff. He left a lasting impression with a lot of people, and we're not a better place without him, unfortunately.
No. Buddha was his nickname. That's what everybody called him down here who knew him. And
lost a good human being, man. Which that is, and too young, 28 years old. My Lord, you have so much life left, man. It's a real shame. What do you got going on at The Athletic so folks can check you out, my friend?
Well, listen, it's preseason preview time, so there'll be a ton of those coming out. I'm working on the ACC preview right now with Grace Rayner, who had covered Clemson and does recruiting with me. We both covered the ACC extensively, so there'll be an ACC preview. I have my oddly specific predictions for the top 25 in college football. I went through every single college team, came up with what's going to happen to them during the season and a few interesting stats. That'll be coming out tomorrow, as well as with a podcast. Just busy, man. Just busy time of year, and I spent last Friday the entire day at IMG Academy interviewing a bunch of these elite kids that come from around the country to come play there. So there'll be more stories coming off of that. So there'll be plenty to read in The Athletic, college football wise, for sure.
I'm sure of that. Follow him on Twitter at Manny_Navarro and subscribe to The Athletic. Manny, as always, thank you, my brother. We'll catch up on Friday.
Good talking to you. Take care.
Thank you, sir. There you go. And don't forget Canes wear. Man, they got anything and everything practically with the Canes logo on it. Plus, they got all kinds of Inter Miami gear, Messi shirts. Come on, man. We got a messy game tonight against the Philadelphia Union. You got to go buy a hat. Go get something, sports something new. Going to the bar tonight to watch the Inter game. Going to watch it at home. Cheer it on, man. Wear a T-shirt, something like that. At Caneswear, they've got all kinds of Inter Miami gear. They've got Miami Heat gear, Miami Dolphins gear. They've got Marlins gear. The Marlins trying to make the playoffs here. Let's see. Try to get yourself a Marlins hat. I've bought myself a couple Marlins hats there at Caneswear. You can do the same thing, baby. Caneswear.com. If you can't visit, you can go online, and if you order over $99, you will get free shipping. Caneswear.com.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CS, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at Caneswear.com or InnerMiamiWear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
All right. Boca jaw surgery. Yeah. Ronnie Katz is the man. He's in Boca. You need any kind of surgery in your mouth. That's who you call right there, Boca jaw surgery, and call my guy Ronnie. And by the way, he's a monster Dolphins fan, like monster, season ticket holder, fanatic, all of that. Boca jaw surgery, baby. Call Ronnie Katz. He is an awesome, awesome dude. Saved my man Sean Stanley's ass too when Sean was hurting big time. Ronnie Katz came through in a big time way, man. Good people. I just saw the Alan Poupart segment, and he ate your lunch, big. Oh my God, you have to fight back next time. Love the debate. Well, he ate my lunch because you and him are completely fucking lost. I can't help you and him, my brother. You know, running game don't drive anything here. And the Philadelphia comment he had, when I said interchangeable, there was no response to it because it's interchangeable. And a running game with a running quarterback, that's not how it goes. We're talking about normal offenses. Of course, with a running quarterback, it's a running offense. That's all you can do. You're not a pure passer. You have to run in order to be effective. You know, the good thing I give Jalen Hurts, he's done something that Lamar Jackson hasn't done. He stays more in the pocket and is more accurate from the pocket. Not perfect, but he's more accurate. Lamar is not. So, of course, it's a running offense. I can't help it if you and Poupart don't really get it. That's the part I can't help. So, you know what I mean? So both of you can have the same lunch. He said, just tune in. You had Alan pretty upset. Yeah, well, that's kind of the objective. Let's see. I mean, you can't. The hilarious part to me was like they're a borderline playoff team. Like, how the fuck are they a borderline playoff team? How? They're better than they were last year. They just added Vic Fangio to the defense. Shouldn't that make them better already right there? I'm not even going to add. Eventually, you'll get Jalen Ramsey back. I'm not going to add David Long to the whole thing. No, I'm not. And you have all the other talent. And if they stay healthy, which they weren't last year, how are they barely a playoff team? How are they a borderline playoff team? You know. But, you know, positivity doesn't sell, bro. It doesn't sell. It doesn't drive clicks. It doesn't drive views. And it doesn't get you guys to it. What gets you guys to it is to panic about Dalvin Cook. And then that's what you guys love. You guys love panic and negativity and all of that. Positivity, if it's there to be had. If there was nothing. See, the interesting part is anybody that calls me a homer didn't listen to me the last 20 years before you got Chris Greer in charge. I constantly ripped the team. So I was constantly called a hater. But guess what the results were? Over and over, shitty. No playoffs, no nothing. So I was right. So now that I'm positive about the team and I think they're headed in the right direction, they made the playoffs last year, and I think they make it again. But now, because I'm positive and things are actually more positive, I'm now a homer. What can I do? You know what I'm saying? But I know some of you are new and you've only been watching or listening for the last year or two. So maybe you've only gotten this version of me. But like, I know Elisa Rose, who's probably somewhere on this chat board, that's been listening to me for a long freaking time. And she would also like at times like, wow, you think it's not that good and this and that. And I was constantly negative about the Dolphins, constantly for years. Why? Because it was negative, because they were a shit. And that's exactly what they displayed every single time. And so now that I'm positive about the Dolphins, and the only reason their season was less last year is because of the injuries. If they don't have the injuries, they're a better team. They win more games, and maybe they even go deeper into the playoffs. So I don't know how you cannot be positive about this team, but let's create negativity in the first week of the preseason. You know what's going on here? It's the Mike Westhoff disease all over again. And last year, I tried to walk people off the ledge from those ridiculous comments. And I love Mike Westhoff to death. Okay? I got nothing but love for Mike Westhoff. But last year, he went on Joe's show and started ripping into Mike McDaniel and his loose practices. Oh, I don't see this. I don't see that. And he couldn't have been more wrong. And remember what I told you. Sometimes you get a little too old and you don't adjust with life anymore. And you see it with your grandparents. They can't handle a smartphone. I see it with Mike Westhoff that he's already been out of football for several years and he's already losing touch with how the things are done nowadays. I see it, you know what? Mike, the Mad Dog, Mike Russo, right? That's his name. I've worked there at the Mad Dog channel. I've watched him with some of his comments. Brother, his comments are 30 years old. And he hasn't changed with the times on certain things. It's the way it goes. You get a little older and then you don't adjust with what's going on. So it's all good, man. It's all good. I know how the game is played. I'll continue playing the game my way. I'll just call it like I see it. If I like it, I'll tell you. If I don't like it, I'll tell you. And that's it. It's pretty simple. I don't do it for clicks. I don't do it for hits. I don't care. You know, if you want to watch, fantastic. I appreciate it. Thank you. If you don't want to watch, hey, man, have a great life. That's fine. But I'm not doing it because, let me try to take the negative angle because there's plenty of people to do that just so I could get more clicks. And I know that if I wanted to do that, I probably would get a lot more views and rip people for nothing and this and that. And all. Look, love my man Omar, okay? Got in the car this morning to get some breakfast, okay? And I'm listening to Joe and Omar. And I'm in line waiting for, my breakfast burrito. And I'm hearing Omar say, yeah, no, they couldn't spend that money with Cook because, that'll hurt them. They got so many other guys to sign. And this is the same guy that says the cap is fake. Now, when he's on our segments here, I don't hold back. I expose that shit with him all the time. He plays both sides of everything. Every single time. And I say it when he's here, and I'll say it when he's not here. Everybody knows that, okay? Whether it's Poupart or Cam or Manny or any of our insiders, I'll put their feet to the fucking fire if I have to. I don't care, okay? That's how this game is played. If I don't like what you say, I don't think it makes any freaking sense, I'm going to tell you it doesn't make any sense. I'm not going to hold back and wait till you're off the air or anything. I'm going to tell you to your face that it doesn't make any sense. And I love Omar to death, but he plays both sides and you suckers buy it in and out. 1 week, the cap doesn't matter. Another week, the cap matters. And I'm in the car and he's talking, oh, no, the Dolphins can't pay that. They got to pay this. The same guy that says the cap is fake. You can't have it both ways, dude. Just like Alan Poupart now. If the Dolphins don't make the playoffs, he really can't rip into Mike McDaniel. Why? Because he didn't really think they're a borderline playoff team. So being out is not a surprise to him. It's a shock to me. As Billy Idol would say, it's a shock to the system. Okay? Can't have it both ways, dude. You can't have it both ways. And this is why I love, when I give you an opinion, I rarely ever fence straddle. I will take one side or the other, and I don't care if I'm right or wrong. If I'm wrong, it's going to happen. If I'm right, it's going to happen, and it's going to happen a lot. But, what are you going to do? Apparently, Marcel is half Cuban, so he's late. Just send me a text. Can't have it both ways, bro. You cannot have it both ways. You can't. Poupart now cannot rip Mike McDaniel if they don't make the playoffs. Because he said it now. Yeah. Borderline playoff team. Right? And Omar, Oh, no, they couldn't give Dalvin $8.6 million. They got to pay this. They got to pay that. Oh, so the cap now counts. Oh, okay. So it's convenient for your argument. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, let's do that. Let's play that game. Let's see. Big O, besides injury, what other areas concern you? Brother, you know what I've told you. Left guard, right tackle. That's what I'm worried about. I'm not worried about the running game. I'm not worried about Tua. I'm not worried about the receivers. I know the tight ends are not going to be anything special. They'll be just serviceable. I get it. I'm fine. I understand. But it's just offensive. I'm not worried about, bro, Christian Wilkins will get done. I'm not worried about that. They'll figure that out. They'll get his contract done. I'm not really concerned about a lot of things. But the O-line is my only concern. And it's been my concern. And as I've told you before, even though you and I aren't convinced with Austin Jackson and Eichenberg, they have been on their side the entire time, and they have stuck with it. And who knows? We'll see. We'll see if any of them turn the corner. You know, I have no idea what's going to happen right now. I haven't seen enough. And I need to see more game action to really be satisfied. What's in practice is not enough for me. It's just not. Adding Fangio's defensive coach, Trill, Needham, Agba back after injury last year, ex-healthy from the groin, Long Jr., middle linebacker, Ramsey at some point later this year. Defense will be light years better. Yeah, but don't tell Poupart that. They're barely a playoff team. They're like a borderline playoff team. So, but I'm glad he said that, and I'm going to hold his feet to the fire at the end of the preseason, and I'm going to ask him again, are they a borderline playoff team? Okay? We'll do that. Big O, do you think Cook's camp gave Dolphins a chance to match the offer? I think Cook's camp knew where the Dolphins' offer was. It never budged. It never moved. It was the offer that was there 24 hours after he was released from the Vikings, and it never changed and it never wavered. Okay? None of it. All right? The Jets are the ones that moved the offer. All the offers are right in the same neighborhood. And then the Jets boosted it up, and he took it. And that's it. That's the bottom line. Big O would rip Tannehill and Philbin religiously every week during that era, and still, like then and now, the O-line is a concern. Even then, Tannehill was tough. He took some hits. Yeah, he took hits. But, you know, I need a quarterback, not a punching bag. That's what Tannehill was. He's just a punching bag. He wasn't ever a quarterback. All right, let's do it. The Cuban, Marcel Louis-Jacques, is ready to go with our Welt and Rheaume Miami Dolphins report.
All rise, football fans. As the Welt and Rheaume Miami Dolphins report with Marcel Louis-Jacques is in session.
Welton Rheaume has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They are committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. Here's Miami Dolphins insider Marcel Louis-Jacques.
All right. I forgot. True Fin, thank you for the love and the super chat. Appreciate it. He says, what sells to me is the truth. You bring it always. Thank you, sir. We try to stay as level-headed as possible on this show. So let me ask Marcel Louis-Jacques here, see if he gives me a level-headed answer or that weak answer that Alan Poupart just gave me. Are the Dolphins a playoff team?
Yeah, I mean, the talent-wise, sure. Talent-wise, sure. And you made the playoffs last year with a worse roster, so the expectation is always going to be you have to be a playoff. You're a playoff team the next. The division got a lot tougher.
Poupart called it a borderline playoff team. I'm like, are you crazy, bro? You added Vic Fangio. That and healthy, you should be a playoff team. You know what I'm saying? So now I'm going to hold Allen to his feet to the fire now. If the Dolphins don't make the playoffs, Allen can't rip Mike McDaniel anymore because he said they were a borderline. So They either making it or not making it is not a surprise to him. To me, it would be an absolute shocker if you're healthy and you don't make the playoffs. I get it if you have a whole bunch of injuries and, Armstead's out and Tua or whatever, and you fall short and don't make the playoffs. Even though you kind of overcame that last year, I don't think you'll do it again. That's kind of hard. But if you're healthy, I got to tell you something, Marcel. There's no reason you shouldn't make the playoffs.
Yeah, the reason why I think the borderline qualifier is there is because the AFC is a tough conference. The AFC East is the best division within that conference. There's probably 3 teams that will make the playoffs or should make the playoffs this season. If they didn't make the playoffs, I don't think I would be shocked per se. Like, I'd be a little surprised, but I don't think I would be like, oh my God, this is a travesty. Like, I
would call it a travesty. If it's not injuries, travesty.
If it's not injuries, yeah. If it's just poor play, if Tua's healthy all 17 games, if Tyreek and Waddle are healthy, if that defense stays relatively intact, we're talking reasonable injuries, If they're healthy, then it would be a travesty. If not, it's the margin's pretty thin. Pretty thin in this conference and division.
That's fine. But that's my point. If you're healthy, brother, you got to make the playoffs. I don't give a shit.
Yeah,
you better make the playoffs.
Yeah, I see where he's coming from. I don't particularly agree.
Of course,
but if healthy, there's some.
So I got a healthy X now. I'm going to get Needham back. I'm going to get Trill back. I'm going to get Jalen Ramsey back at some point this year. David Long, they added to the defense. You tell me if they stay healthy, give me a break, bro. This is a 12-win team if they stay healthy. That's what I think. I'm not. See, here's the thing. Are you in this panic mode too now because of the shakiness of some of the things that happened after preseason game 1?
No, I mean, Tua didn't play. 3 starting offensive linemen didn't play. The top 2 receivers didn't play. Come on. Right. It's gonna be all right. It's gonna be all right. Not to mention, it was 19-3, and Atlanta didn't really do much for most of that first half or for most of the game. Punt return and a pick 6. That's 14 points right there.
Right. Well, you know what? What I could judge.
Technically not, because I guess they missed the extra point. So 13 points.
A couple bad decisions by the QBs. I can judge that because you could have made a better decision at that moment. And so that I could judge. But overall, I'm not hearing the panic mode. And let me see how honest you'll be here. Let me see how honest you'll be here, because I've been at it for a long time. And all the way from the Shula days into Jimmy, and you had your Tua days, you had your hitting, you had your tackling, and into Onstead a little bit. And then after that, it started to change a little bit more, the practices. I believe years ago, you could get a real feel for what your team is going to be. I don't believe any writer, any reporter nowadays gets a true feel for any football team until you're into the regular season, maybe a month in, because there just isn't enough hitting or tackling at all for your starters in the preseason and in training camp for you to really get a measurement of how good your team is going to be. Yay or nay?
No, yeah, I mean, it does take a few games. It does take a few games. I think, but that's for us. For us to figure out what this team is. Coaches and staff in front of, they know what they've got already. They know what they have. You've been around the game long enough that the preseason and not hitting in training camp, that doesn't really, I don't believe that's not as big of a shock for. It's not as big of a shock for guys who do this.
Wait, hold on. Let me give you an example. Right now, you brought in some extra bodies to try to compete for left guard and right tackle. Those guys aren't really hitting enough to really find out how good they're going to be. So you haven't even been around Eichenberg and Jackson enough to really know how they're going to be in a game-like situation.
Yeah, but this isn't OTAs. This isn't OTAs and minicamp. The pads are popping in training camp. That's true. that's not part. That's maybe the only place on the field where like the physicality is on the same level as an actual game. Because they can go, they can throw hands, they can pop, they can wrestle in that. They can do whatever they want in that line of scrimmage because they're not bringing each other to the ground. Like they're not tackling a lineman to the ground. You're not tackling a DM, but like guys are getting pancaked, guys are getting tossed, guys are getting bull rushed. Like like physicality wise,
there is not enough.
No, I get it, but I don't believe that they know because there isn't enough of that to set you up in a game-like situation. That's why you'll see all kinds of changes once the season starts because they just really haven't figured that out yet. Like at this point, I don't think they really know yet who the left guard is. Maybe Austin actually didn't play bad in the preseason game. So maybe, and he needs more of those kind of situations like in a game to kind of lock it up. The left guard one is kind of a little bit up in the air, right now. Speaking of that, what do you think is going on at left guard?
I think we eventually see Isaiah Wynn at left guard to start the season. I think that's where we're at. Like Liam, it's a surprise to an extent because coming into that 21 draft, like he was a fringe first rounder. He was seen as one of the best tackle prospects available. Like, and good lineage, good. The Notre Dame. You can go a lot worse than drafting a lineman from Notre Dame. Like that is usually money in the bank. It's like a Bama receiver, can't miss. But it just hasn't been there. It hasn't been there, and I gave him the benefit of the doubt as a rookie because they put him at 3 different positions. Benefit of the doubt, a little bit more last year because he's still getting used to playing inside. But man, it's not getting better. And at year 3, you kind of know who you are. Especially at a position like that, it's not an issue of opportunity or extended run. He's got plenty of both. So I would expect probably Isaiah Wynn. I can't say who's been playing where, but like that is my guess. If put me on the plank, walk the plank, or make a decision, like that's the decision.
Were you surprised that they kept Cotton so much on the right side and didn't try him more on the left?
Not necessarily. Like that's kind of what preseason is about. I did like what Mike said at one point after the game that preseason is more about the process than the result. So like you want to win a game because you're competitive, but like ultimately this is a time to see how guys respond in certain game situations. So like see what you've got with him on the right side, mix and match your linemen, see where guys are more comfortable. Like that's fine for preseason. Like I think the stakes are pretty low.
Where are we injury wise? What do you know about some of the guys banged up?
Cam Smith was at practice yesterday. No red shirt on, but they weren't in pads, so you got to take that with a grain of salt. We got to monitor what he's going to be able to do in Houston this week.
You don't need a red shirt when there's no contact practice, right? So it's just
right? Exactly. So like that's full. You get full context. He was there. The shirt was aqua. I had to remember that because y'all got on my ass last time about teal versus aqua. I think it's semantics, but whatever. And the jersey was aqua, and he did participate in individual position drills. He didn't do team drills, but again, it was a half-speed practice without pads on. Brandon Jones, Alec Ingold also didn't practice. It's kind of a new trend for Jones, who was like starting to, angle back into being a full go. I'm sure it's just monitoring. It's just monitoring that ACL.
Yeah.
But still no Needham as well. Obviously no Ramsey. What else? I think there's still one injury that
he might have had. He might have had. So he, by the way, with Brandon.
Most.
By the way,
Wilkins.
just to kind of fill in, sometimes these guys have some swellness or soreness in their, when they're coming back from some of these things. And so instead of continuing to push through it, what you do is you give them rest and alleviate it because you don't want it, it's a ligament that you already tore. You don't need to tear it again. So you kind of want to bring them back slowly
until the ligament starts to respond naturally where there isn't soreness or swelling. I'm not saying that there was, by the way. I'm just throwing it out there because sometimes that's part of the process, folks. It's nothing bad. It's just kind of part. We all heal differently. Some people are freakish, and some people it takes a little while more. That's all.
Waddle. Waddle.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. He can't. He's look here. No, we can't hear you. We can't hear you. Mute. You've been muted. Mute.
There we go. We good?
There you go. Now start again
it lost service for a bit. But
go ahead.
McDaniel told us as much the other day. Like, Waddle's not a guy who they need to rush back into getting reps. He had an excellent camp before he was hurt. I would consider him effectively shut down for the preseason. Like, you don't risk it. Have not seen him at practice. I will not be in Houston this week, so monitor, some of my colleagues for that. I'll probably get reports from our guy DJ Bienemy down there. But yeah, I wouldn't expect to see Waddle for the preseason. I also don't think it's something that's going to linger into the year. If I had to guess, if I had to bet, Cam Smith and Jalen Waddle both fine for week 1.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Wilkins, where are we with the Wilkins situation?
See, this is where it is getting a little interesting. He hasn't participated in team drills the past 2 practices. We're getting to that point where it's like, if I'm in the Wilkins camp, I'm saying, hey man, I held up my end. I showed up for OTAs. I was there for mini camp. I was there for training camp. I bust my ass every day. I'm one of the best. I'm having the best camp of anybody on this team. Where's my deal? Everybody else in the league is getting signed. Where's my deal? So, like, it is getting to that point where, if any dissent were to arise, that, like, it might be about now. But there's still 3 weeks until the season starts, 3-4 weeks until the season starts. There is still time to get this thing done. That's where I'm leaning. I'm leaning toward it getting done by week 1 rather than lingering into the season. You don't want to risk, having a franchise in the next year or creating some sort of dissent in the locker room. Like,
yeah, it's just I'm sure this deal will get done.
Cross your T's, all of that.
Yeah, Marcel, you touched on it right there at the end. I'm sure this deal will get done because you do not want to send this message in that locker room. This is the guy that has sold out completely for your franchise. And if you don't sell out for him, then nobody is going to trust you and sell out for you again. So yeah, I am 100% sure that this deal will get done. I just think that these dudes are really smart, and they're trying to design things in a way where he gets paid, but they're also kind of protected too, in a way where they don't overcommit to a sense that they're put somewhere. I think they want to make sure that they have some kind of flexibility with the deal. And so that's why these things are way more complicated than what it looks like. And that's what I think is taking the time now. It's just putting this whole deal together is not that easy for them. And that's because these guys they're creative as hell. They're the home of the 2-year deal, and how they're able to, snake guys in there and keep them and control them. And they've done things with some of their deals already recently where they've stayed kind of flexible, including X, where they stayed kind of flexible and they were still able to give them money and those kind of things. I think there's a sense of that going on. But the message you would send by not signing Christian Wilkins would be catastrophic, my brother. Okay.
Yeah, this is the new Dolphins. It's not supposed to be. It's not the Minka Fitzpatrick, Laramie Tunsil, Bobby Mc. The get rid of your homegrown guys. Dolphins. Like, this is supposed to be a new era. Again, yeah. We talk about shock versus surprised. I would be shocked and surprised if the deal doesn't get done with Christian.
I would be too. I would be absolutely floored and disappointed in the front office, because this is not going to help them. this would hurt them immensely because that guy is as liked and respected in that locker room. And he's one of those kind of guys that you don't want to face and you want him on your team every single week. I'm a huge Christian. I'm sorry. I think he deserves his money, and I'll give him his $20 million because I think he helps you. We're too in love with sacks, and we think that that's the end-all, be-all, when it's really not at that position. It's just that there happens to be a couple of freaks at that position that actually produce more sacks. But I think actually his sack numbers will go up as time goes on because he has not played with great ends lately. And that's what he needs. He needs the two ends to be great this year. And I think that'll open it up for him a little bit more. That's just me.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he's one of the best run defenders in the league. There's more to the game than rushing the passer.
Yeah. No, and I just think that those numbers automatically will end up improving overall. Joint practices, what are you expecting this week? Do you think Tua plays? Because I still think he doesn't. I still think they hold him out for week 3 when it's all said and done. I don't think they'll play Armstead 2 weeks in a row. I only think they're going to play him once, and I think that's when they'll play Tua in the 3rd week. So you think he'll play this week?
I think that he plays. I think he gets a series or 2 this week just to get his feet wet, dip his toe in the water, and then I think he gets probably close to a quarter in the 3rd week of the preseason. He hasn't played since December. This isn't your normal. You know what I mean? Like, this isn't your normal quarterback situation, playoff quarterback situation where, like, it's been a long time. I mean, granted, the difference between January and December is not much, but, like, it's still been a long time since he's been able to play. Plus, there's the mental side of, like, getting those live reps back in for a guy who's knocked out of, I think, 4 games last year, maybe even 5. I mean, some of them he came back, but, like, what was San Francisco, Cincy, Buffalo, and Chaos. So it's just 3. It's just 3. He got hurt in 4, but he got knocked out of 3. But either way, like, he needs these reps. I'm not saying play him for a full half. I'm not saying give him the Russell Wilson treatment, but he does need some reps. The precedent we've seen from Mike McDaniel is that Tua will play in game 2 and 3 of the preseason. That's what I expect.
Mike White, it looked like Skyler looked like he might have had a little bit of a lead in the mini camps. Then training camp started, people got there, and then Mike White pulled away. Did Mike White come back to the pack now with Skyler after the performance on Saturday?
No, because Skyler didn't help himself very much either. I like Skyler a lot. Always so humble, so insightful, but he didn't help himself very much. He tried to do a little too much.
You got knocked out. No. You got knocked out. There we go. It looks like he seems like an 80-year-old person trying to work a smartphone. Can't figure it out. He's trying. See, he's talking, but no. We can't hear you, bro. We can't hear you. So it's a silent movie now. There we go. Now?
There we go. Yeah, it keeps like losing connection, and I don't know, but whatever. The gist of it, Skyler didn't really help himself either. Processing speed was too slow once again. It looked a little more like his last year training camp than it did an early training camp, rather than a guy who started a playoff game on the road. And Mike White has been pulling away every single day of training camp specifically.
Training camp, sure.
It's been nice, especially when it's like literally when fans got there. It's almost like he was screwing with us.
But his bugaboo
has been rendered untrue.
But his bugaboo showed up in that game, which he still turns over the ball more than he scores touchdowns. So it's not supposed to be that way. He's got to turn that thing around and throw a hell of a lot more touchdowns then he throws interceptions, and that's the one thing that he's got to kind of stay away from.
He made a good point, though. I mean, they got to the red zone 3 times. Obviously, one of those was an interception. The other, he was a little late, I think, on the pass to Berrios. But he made a good point after the game in that in the preseason, they don't have like a red zone package. There's no scouting report on what they're going to run. They have no set list of plays. So, like, they're kind of just out there winging it. They should be able 10-yard line. They should be able to score. Don't get me wrong, but like, I give you a little bit of leniency there because there's no game plan. You're just over there like, okay, let's see what works. But I think he's still clear number 2.
Well, let's hope so. Let's see what happens at the end. But it looks like Mike White is going to end up being the number 2. Follow him on Twitter at Marcel_LJ. And catch his work there at ESPN. Marcel, we will catch up later in the week, my friend. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Sir, take it easy.
You got it. Marcel Louis-Jacques. Welton Rayom is the law firm that you want to call. They are a Hall of Fame law firm, actually. Jeff and Dan are Hall of Famers. By the way, we might hear from Dan on Thursday. We're going to talk about that new insurance law that DeSantis passed, which is not helping you. Okay, just want you to know that. But anyway, call Welton Rayom at 954-966-4646. Anywhere in South Florida, anywhere in the state, man, you can call. Homeowner property damage, condo damage. Folks, we are in hurricane season. And if you have criminal defense, business owner claims, commercial litigation, personal injury, or damage because of a storm, you want to call Welton Rayom first before you call the insurance companies. The insurance companies are not looking out for you. Their adjusters are not looking out for you. They're looking out for their insurance company. So make sure you call Welton Rayom. They have their own adjusters, and they will bring these insurance companies to their knees like Progressive. And Welton Rayom did that for us when we had a bunch of kids go right through our wall of our house, and we had a gaping hole in our wall. Well, guess what? Welton Rayom crushed Progressive and that terrible number that they were offering us, which wasn't enough money to fix everything and put it back to normal again, which by Florida law, they have to do it. 954-966-4646. You call Welton Rayom and tell them that Big O sent you. Jeff and Dan are waiting. 954-966-4646.
This has been another session of the Welton Rayom Miami Dolphins Report with Marcel Louis-Jacques. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. They handle complex personal injury claims caused by the fault of another in both state and federal courts. They handle auto, trucking, motorcycle slip and fall, and bicycle accidents. Call 954-966-4646. Welton Rayom can help.
Yeah. Better help. You want the better help? You call Welton Rayom. You want some weak-ass help? You call some other people, and they're not going to take care of you. Star Atlas up nearly 5%. I'm loving it. Loving it. It's a beautiful thing, isn't it? It is so nice. Remember, you can make a donation through Cash App or Venmo at Cash Big O Show. That is Cash Big O Show. And thank you, True Fin Fan. Appreciate you, man. As always, sending in these super chats. And we try to give you the tooth. And the tooth is anybody that tells you, oh, this is what the Dolphins, they don't really know. There isn't enough hitting. It just isn't, man. When sports and business collide, we like doing something called the KSDT CPA, Sports Business Report. So a lot of you out there may have seen the movie The Blind Side. That it was kind of the story of Michael Oher and how he overcame a lot and got to the NFL and was, adopted and all that kind of stuff. So apparently now, and Michael Oher's career started off well, but it kind of tailed off at the end. He didn't really have a full career like you might have thought he could have had, being a big tackle and all that. You can last a long time. So he's already out of football now. And Michael Oher, whose supposed adoption out of grinding of poverty by a wealthy white family was immortalized in the 2009 movie The Blind Side. It now petitioned a Tennessee court on Monday with allegations that a central element of the story was a lie concocted by the family to enrich itself at his expense. This is fantastic. The 14-page petition filed in Shelby County, Tennessee probate court alleges that Sean and Lee Ann Tui, who took Oher into their home as a high school student, never adopted him. Instead, less than 3 months after Oher turned 18 in 2004, the petition says the couple tricked him into signing a document making them his conservators, which gave them legal authority to make business deals in his name. The petition further alleges that the Tuis also used their power as conservators to strike a deal with that paid them and the two birth children millions of dollars in royalty from the Oscar-winning film that earned more than $300 million, while Oher got nothing for a story that would not have existed without him. In his years since, the Tuis have continued to calling the 37-year-old Oher their adopted son and have used the assertion to promote their foundation, as well as Leanne Tui's work as an author and motivated speaker. Well, the story doesn't end there. And by the way, let me ask you something. If he alleges that the Tuis are phonies, isn't he a phony also? Isn't Michael Oher just as a phony as they are? Or maybe after I read this, maybe he's an even bigger phony than the Tuis. Do you know why? If it wasn't true, why didn't you say it then? Oh, what happened? Did you like the attention you got? Because apparently he didn't like the attention as time wore on. Because as they saw the movie, they viewed him that he lacked leadership skills or intelligence and was slow and all that kind of stuff. So he didn't like how the movie portrayed him. And he actually claims that the movie affected him after the fact. But at that moment, I guess he didn't mind Sandra Bullock and all that other crap being involved. So we have a response from the Tuis, and it's a very interesting one, by the way. Sean Tui, okay, he says Tui told Calkins that the family signed a conservatorship with Oher for college football reasons. Tour says that in the state of Tennessee, someone over the age of 18 cannot be legally adopted. However, the party signed a conservatorship so that Oher could play college football at Ole Miss. Now, Tui is a former Ole Miss athlete and was regarded by the NCAA, the organization that oversees college athletics, as a booster. The only way Oher could have avoided an unfair inducement gifts violation is in the eyes of the NCAA, which would have been part of the Tui family. Tui said that Oher knew and understood that and agreed to the conservatorship. Oher ended up attending Ole Miss, playing on their football team from 05 to 08. As for the allegations about Blind Side movie, Tui told Calkins that the family did not make any money from the film. Tui said that Michael Lewis, the author of the book upon which the movie was based, gave the Tuis half of the money he received from the film. Tui said that they split the money 5 ways and that everybody got an equal share of $14,000, which doesn't make you rich. But wait, there's more. The money was split between Tui's parents, Sean and Lee, as well as the children, Sean Jr., Collins, and Oher. So Oher got his cut. Tui owns several fast food franchises prior to the family taking in Oher and was already wealthy well before the movie. He just sold his businesses for $213 million. Do you think he really needed the $14,000? Anyway, according to reports, that's why he found Oher's allegations that we're trying to keep money from the former offensive lineman to be insulting. Maybe Oher blew his money and now he's bitter. The last thing I needed was $40,000 from a movie. I will say it's upsetting that people would think I would want to make money off my children. facts are very important in everything. Actually know the facts. And it looks to me like the young man is just bitter about maybe how it ended up for him. But really, doesn't seem like they did anything wrong. And they certainly weren't making money off of him. Guy already made his own money. He's his own man. He doesn't need to live off of other people. So I think Michael just got kind of, as you read the story, he didn't like how the movie portrayed him. And so I guess as time went on, he didn't like that image of him being out there. And that's understandable. But don't take it out on people that actually tried to help you. People that didn't need to help you and didn't need your money either, on top of all of that. And then to accuse them of it, it's kind of weak. And by the way, you're a phony too, Michael Oher. Because if it was a lie, why didn't you say it was a lie from the get-go? Why are you waiting till now? You broke? You bitter how things ended? What's the deal? KSDT CPA Sports Business Report.
This has been the KSDT Sports Business Report. KSDT CPA is one of South Florida's largest and one of the country's fastest growing accounting firms. KSDT is recognized by Forbes as one of the top tax and accounting firms for 2022. KSDT CPA is a full service firm that also excels in crypto. Visit online at ksdtcpa.com or call 305-670-3370.
All right. Let's do it. Let's unleash the wolf pack.
We unleash the wolf pack as we get the latest in the NFL and the Miami Dolphins with our KSDT CPA Pro Football Report with NFL Network insider Cameron Wolf. KSDT is one of South Florida's largest and one of the country's fastest growing accounting firms. KSDT CPA is a full-service firm that also excels in crypto. Visit them at ksdtcpa.com or call 305-670-3370. Here's NFL insider Cameron Wolf.
What's up, Bo?
How you doing, man?
I'm all right. How you feeling?
Good, bro. Feeling good. Got some rest. I was
good.
Dude, I got back from the Metallica concert on Sunday night, like at 2 a.m. You've done this shit, and then you got a flight at 7 o'clock in the morning. So you've got I'm in Canada, so you got to go through customs. So I got to get up at 4 a.m.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like 2 hours, and I slept a little bit on the plane, but when I got here, I was
get that great sleep on the plane.
Yeah, no. And when you got to do talk and you're talking for 3 hours, your brain has to be sharp, dude.
Yep.
You're tired. You will not be able to flow, and so I had to cancel yesterday. I said, we'll push it to today, and we'll get a full show in and get everybody in and talk all kinds of good stuff. Let me test you because Poupart threw me completely off here.
Okay,
so this team made the playoffs, backed into the playoffs with a shit ton of injuries, a third-string quarterback. So in the offseason, now you add Vic Fangio and you add Long and you'll get Ramsey back eventually. And now you're going to get Needham and Trill back and Brandon Jones. You got more depth. You added Long, all of this stuff. So if the Dolphins are relatively healthy, okay, because obviously injuries can derail anyone's season. We all know that. But if the Dolphins are relatively healthy, are they not a playoff team? Because Poupart put me on they're a borderline. They could be in or out. And I'm like, wait a minute. You added Fangio. Just Fangio alone should bring you maybe another victory or two. So I'm just wondering, because now I'm going to hold Poupart's feet to the fire now at the end of the year. Because if they don't make the playoffs, I'm going to say, well, Poupart, you can't really rip into Mike McDaniel because you're not surprised they didn't make the playoffs, correct?
Right.
So he can't argue with me there. I will rip Mike McDaniel if they don't make the playoffs because this is a playoff team. No doubt in my mind. And if you're a good coaching staff, you should put this team into the playoffs. Again, Armstead gets injured and Tua and this and that, and it derails your season. I can see that happening. Okay, fine. But health-wise, What kind of a team is this?
So it would be a big disappointment to me if the Dolphins missed the playoffs.
Oh.
I think that they have the talent to be one of the top 7 teams in the AFC.
Hell
That's my hardcore fact. Now, I will say this because this context is important. The AFC and the talent in the AFC is the best I've seen since I've covered the league. From top to bottom with the teams, there's just deeper teams. There's probably 11 or 12 teams that are sitting here and say we should be a playoff team. And I'm just like looking at the standings and the rosters. Like, look at it. If you expect there's 4 division winners, right? Let's just kind of run through this and guesstimate. Let's say in the AFC South, let's say it's Jacksonville. Okay. Let's say in the AFC West, let's say it's Kansas City. Let's say in the AFC North, let's say Cincinnati does it again. Okay.
Okay.
And let's say in the AFC East, let's just
The
for the sake of this, let's not say the Dolphins. Let's say for the sakes of this argument, let's say it's the Bills because they've won this division, right?
Okay.
Now in that scenario, you got 4 teams already in. You got 3 spots left. The Bills, the Chiefs, the Jags, and the Bengals have taken them. Now for 3 spots, you've got the Jets, the Dolphins, the Ravens, the Browns and the Steelers, the Chargers, and the Titans. Those are just 7 other teams I mentioned.
Who's the best passer out of those 7?
Out of the ones I mentioned?
Yes.
You could probably make an argument for either Aaron Rodgers, Lamar Jackson, who I know you don't love.
No,
Tua.
he's not a better passer even in his dreams than Tua.
I'm going through the options. Aaron Rodgers, Tua, Lamar, and Justin Herbert. Of those 4 are probably the best passers. Deshaun's been a while since he's been that guy. Peak Deshaun would certainly be in this discussion, but it's been.
Wait a minute. He makes passes on women. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I digress. I'm sorry. Go. I'm sorry.
Yes. So essentially, I think what you mentioned, those 4 quarterbacks, if you want to include Deshaun, is 5. But that's 5 teams that are in our mix who are not division winners who could certainly.
Who's the number 1 rated out of those 7?
Huh?
Who was the number 1 rated passer out of those 7?
Tua. You're talking to a guy but I'm trying to give you a realistic view of why it's not easy. I think it would be a disappointment for the Dolphins.
I never said it was easy. I never said it was easy, but I'm saying this, McDaniel, you better make the freaking playoffs, bro. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
I don't care what the excuses are. I don't care what the Jets did. I don't care what the Browns did. I don't care if the Baltimore Ravens brought back Jerry Rice from 1985. Make the playoffs, bro. Make the playoffs.
Yeah.
You got the team. I mean,
No, I'm completely with you. There's no excuse. The Dolphins should be a playoff team. They would be taking a step backwards if they weren't. That's the problem when you put your expectations and your production last year, where you were a playoff team when Tua missed 5 games. If Tua stays healthy, why would we take a step backwards? If we go get a new defensive coordinator, we made the highest paid defensive coordinator in football, and our quarterback stays healthy, why would we take a step backwards? So that's why I say even from the talent, like I'm giving you the context that the AFC is a lot better. But even with that, it would be considered a step backwards and a big disappointment if the Dolphins missed the playoffs.
I agree. And let me tell you something. While the AFC's gotten better, the Dolphins have gotten so much better that this is their best team in like over 30 years.
Right.
So, you better make some damage. You better get to the playoffs because you haven't had a team this good. I'm telling you, as a guy that's been around, you haven't had a team this good since the early 90s. And if this defense shows up like I'm expecting it to, we have to now go back to the 80s because this team will be better than the 90s teams, except for Marino is the only position that you have to go, okay, no, light year, you got to go Marino, and that's fine if you want to do that. That's great. I got no problem with that. But the rest of the team, I could actually argue that this is a hell of a team, and you better find a way to win. And listen, here's the other thing. I know that we're all worried about the guard and the right tackle. I get that, and that's normal. But by the way, the entire division has a couple spots in each of their offensive line issues too. Jets, Bills, Patriots. They all have concerns on the offensive line, just like the Miami Dolphins do.
Right. The Jets in particular, like I just was in Charlotte and Spartanburg this past week covering Panthers Jets joint practice and then the preseason game. And the Jets offensive line, just like pretty much 25 other teams, including every team in the AFC East, it has some issues. They don't know who is they're going to be their right tackle. They have two journeymen competing for that spot. Neither of them is good enough to play. The guy they'd love to win that job, Mekhi Becton, hasn't been able to survive enough on those knees to stay healthy. And so he's certainly unknown. He's a bigger dude. Yeah.
When you see him up
supposedly, from what I understand, he came in the best shape of his career this year, but he's still over 350. And so that shows you what he was before. And so you're playing right tackle in a scheme that the Jets have a similar scheme to what Mike McDaniel is running here with the Dolphins. And so think about that zone scheme where you're trying to run, you're trying to move, and you got a 350-pound plus right tackle. That's tough, especially one coming off of multiple significant knee injuries that he had surgery.
And Cam, you got to see him up close. I've seen him up close. I don't think you realize how big he is until you see him, and then you say,
"Yep,
shit,
he's
dude,
huge. He's 6'8", probably 360. He's just a huge mammoth of a guy." And he doesn't move. He moves like a big power dude. Like Jordan Mailata for the Eagles is another huge dude. He's 6'9". He might be 360, 370, but he moves like a dancing bear, which is why he works in their scheme.
Even the old man in San Francisco can move still.
Absolutely. Trent can still move.
Yep. And he's old, but it's just that Mekhi does not have those. It's not his fault. It's just the way he's built. He just doesn't have that. And I don't think he'll ever hold up because it's just too much weight on those knees. And now I think it's all these years of doing it that by now, and now the injuries that he's had, I just don't think he'll ever get to that. So, but the point is, you saw it up close.
I tweeted this. Offensive line depth is maybe the biggest epidemic in the NFL right now. And so you look at your team and say, why don't I have this? Why are my backups sucking? Why can't I find a left guard if you're the Dolphins? Or why can't I find a right tackle if you're the Jets? Why am I going to have to see Liam Eichenberg or Austin Jackson or whatever your issue is with the Dolphins? Trust me, another team has the same, if not worse, issues. It is an issue throughout the league. There's a lack of talented offensive linemen. It's hard for teams to sport 5 good offensive linemen, nonetheless 9 to fill their roster. And so that doesn't say that you don't bring it up as an issue. It's certainly an issue, but it's everybody's issue. Outside of maybe the Eagles, I'm trying to think. Kansas City's got a good offensive line.
San Francisco and Philadelphia. That's about it.
Bro. That's it. Atlanta, maybe. Atlanta has a good offensive line too. We saw that here. But it's less than 5. I can count on one hand teams that are not worried about their offensive line.
Right. Yeah. No, and I'm sure those guys are worried about depth. Maybe.
Yes, even those guys. Yes, they might feel good about their 5, or maybe even their 6. Their 6, but it's like there's always that one spot. Like, man, I hope my center doesn't get hurt, or man, I hope my left tackle doesn't get hurt. There's always one that you don't feel great about, and so I think a guess here saying the Lions. The Lions are probably in that group too, right? Where they have a good starting 5, but it's just so hard. Unlike other spots, like I was watching the Jets. And it was such a contrast to see their defensive front, their defensive line and edge rushers. They're like 3 or 4 deep. They're so deep, so talented. Their backups are Will McDonald, their first round pick last year, and Jermaine Johnson, their first round pick, or the first round pick this year, Will McDonald, and their first round pick last year, Jermaine Johnson, are their 3rd and 4th edge rushers. What teams have backups for their last 2 first round picks? But on the other side of the ball, they're trying undrafted players in the starting lineup on the offensive line. And so it's just a dramatic difference in the talent just throughout the league.
I've explained it, and I talked about it with Poupart, not with Marcel today, but I'll do it with you again here. College has effed up the NFL because scouts now in the NFL, they are guessing what linemen can run block. They know they see the guys pass blocking because that's all they do in college. But they really, when they draft guys, they don't really know if they can run block until they get to the NFL, and then they find out, oh my God, this guy cannot run block if his life depended on it. And it's become so hard for NFL scouts to really determine what a lineman is going to be as a run blocker. It's almost impossible now. And that's hurt the.
And so what's interesting also is like the scheme differences in the NFL. Like the NFL is adopting a lot of college scheme, but it's still dramatically different. Like, for example, I was watching the Panthers, and I'll give you a perfect in real example. I was watching the Panthers yesterday, and the Panthers offensive line actually was pretty decent the second half of last year. But what they did was they transitioned to pretty much a power run team where they got under center and they're just saying, hey, go downhill. And they had the talent for it. Their first-round pick last year, Ike Ekwonu, happened to be one of those rare offensive linemen who was very good at run blocking. That was what his mantra was. But this year, they're running a spread offense, or they're trying to run a version of a spread offense because Bryce Young, this is what you ran in Alabama. He's really good at quick decision-making, anticipation. Ike Ekwonu really struggled badly in that preseason game against the Jets defensive line. And I think a part of it is he's not used to running that type of shotgun, consistent, the feet movement. You got to deal with a quick rusher on one play, a power rusher on another play, and your feet have to be right. That's just not something these offensive linemen are typically used to. They're used to their specific strengths. And so a lot of times you see teams draft linemen that are from their scheme. It may not be the most talented, but they're like, oh, this guy's a fit for the wide zone scheme. And so you'll hear that, particularly with the wide zone, because it's a difficult thing to learn. And you may have a lineman that he may have a second-round grade on your board. There might be a first-round grade for another lineman, but the other lineman maybe to be a power scheme guy. And your lineman may be a zone scheme guy. And you take the second-round lineman first. He may be less talented, but you feel like the transition is going to be better for him because he does something you've already seen him do. Some teams just say, hey, I'm going to pick the best guy, and we'll try to force him and figure out if he can play another scheme, and you get yourself in trouble sometimes.
Would you where are you at with Austin Jackson? Because there's been some up and down moments, but he played pretty solid in the preseason game. I know the Eichenberg thing looks a lot more, iffy. Where's Austin Jackson? Is he turning a corner? Is he still very questionable for you? Where are you at?
So I think he's improving, but it's all relative, right? Because it's practice. I want to see it in the game action.
Right,
I think, Austin Jackson talked a lot about how he feels more comfortable within the scheme. You could tell he's in good shape. I can feel a different confidence about him, but I'm not going to be able to tell until he's lined up across Joey Bosa week 1. And if he gives up 3 sacks, all of that's for naught. I'm not going to tell you how decent or good Austin Jackson looked in training camp if it doesn't matter week 1. And so forgive me, but I am going to reserve judgment on Austin Jackson and really the line as a whole until I see him in game action. But I will tell you Austin Jackson has looked better. And so that's the context I can give you. Training camp for him has been better than the last couple training camps I've seen. And even the preseason game, I thought he played pretty solid in the action that he was into. So I want to see him.
The only thing I was worried about, I don't know if you noticed this, he should have been called for 2 penalties on moving. Did you notice it too, that he moved before everybody else and they did not call it twice? Yeah. And I'm wondering, is he so amped up that he wants to make sure he gets the play right, that he's trying to time the snap and get in position before the end gets there, that he's, because there should have been 2, motion penalties on him in that game, and they didn't call it. But I will say, overall, his blocking was pretty solid, whereas in training camp, you see moments, and then there are these other moments that are like, oh, my God, you're like, missed completely. That guy went right by you, and those are the things that are, that's a Jesse Davis type thing that'll get your quarterback killed.
Absolutely. Penalties have been an issue for this Dolphins team for really in the Mike McDaniel era. Like, it's the reality of it. Like, Mike McDaniel has done a lot of good things. Keep his team from committing penalties, particularly pre-snap penalties, has not been one of those strengths. And so he's told them throughout the offseason, we were the worst in the league in penalties last year. We were the worst. He's repeating it. And I will tell you, watching practice, they've still struggled with pre-snap penalties. There's been some rough sessions. Bring back the wall. I was going to say, you can say what you want about Brian Flores, and I'm sure there's a lot you can say, but those boys were not committing penalties. They were, maybe it was out of fear, Maybe it was out of fear, but they were not committed.
You're running up practice. You don't want to run that shit. So, yes, it becomes a motivating factor. Bring back the wall.
So yes, that's something that I'm definitely going to keep an eye on this preseason game, because the reality is this is an offense that, with all its strengths, they cannot afford to go 1st and 15, 1st and 20. 2nd and 20, 2nd and 15 consistently, because of what we've seen in camp is a lot of what we've seen last year. They're very much big play dependent. And I hope that during the regular season, we see a little bit more consistency with the run game, a little bit more consistency with them putting, 10 play drives together if they need to. But I watched practice, what was it? Yesterday. And literally it was like a broken record. You see 2 plays in a row where the defensive front dominates the offensive line for a would-be sack. And then you see Tua throw a 50-yard pass to Tyreek for a touchdown. And it's just like a back and forth. 2 negative plays, 1 big play to Tyreek. 2 negative plays, 1 big play to Tyreek. And that's the offense. And yes, having Tyreek and Waddle can bail you out of a lot, but the negatives, they compound, and that's how you get yourself in trouble, and penalties.
Yeah, it puts a quarterback at a real disadvantage.
Right. And a lot of times, just a reality, we talk about Tua staying healthy. A lot of times health means that I don't got to hold the ball because it's 3rd and 20 and I'm looking for Tyreek for a 50-yard touchdown. Holding the ball, like if it's 3rd and 3, I might be able to get the ball out a little quicker than if it's 3rd and 20. And so sometimes that might be the difference between keeping your quarterback healthy or not.
So throughout the offseason, people asked about Brandon Shell. And one of the things that I told you throughout the offseason and why he was still out there is that people around the league don't think that his body will hold up because it's got some wear and tear. He's 31 or 32, I think now. And so today we have news. Bills offensive lineman Brandon Shell was not at practice today and intends to retire. I'm told Shell signed with the Bills in late May. He was a 5th-round pick, yada, 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 whatever. But Brandon Shell is stepping down. That body has taken a lot of punishment, and people around the league were afraid that he could not hold up throughout an offseason. That's why they even told me that if he signed right around training camp or in the middle of the preseason because somebody's hurting, and then he can hold up at that point. He couldn't even make it through the preseason. He is now retiring. Brandon Shell. How about that?
Right. I actually checked on this myself, and he is done. He's going to retire. It was time for him. You're right. There's a lot of information that teams have that maybe we don't have at that time. And so I remember we were having these conversations, I don't know, what was it, April, May. And the most common question was, why are we not signing Brandon Shell? Why are we? And I even remember it's like, why would we sign Isaiah Wynn over Brandon Shell? Chris Greer is getting cheap. And now you got Isaiah Wynn competing for a starting spot at left guard, and you got Brandon Shell calling the career. And so maybe, I'm not saying they're always right, but in this particular situation, the Dolphins may have been right on that.
Hey, I told you, they told me that.
Right. Kendall Lamb too. Like they got they went inside and Kendall Lamb and Isaiah Wynn and Cedric Obugwe.
And by the way,
he's not going to make the roster, but
you get
two of the three.
Listen, you get access like I do. Okay, right. You get to talk to some people. Yep. They love Isaiah Wynn.
Yep.
They wanted Isaiah Wynn over Brandon Shell, way over him. They loved his versatility. They loved his youth. They thought they still have upside, whereas Brandon Shell did not have upside. They felt that they got the max out of him last year, and that they felt that his body was so beaten up that it was going to be hard for him to even last throughout the offseason. And they need somebody that can practice. And Isaiah Wynn can practice, and Kendall Lamb can practice, and here's Brandon Shell retiring. So they were right about this, that the body wouldn't hold up.
Right. Absolutely. So, that's why I say always we get so obsessed with the names and what we know. Teams often know a little bit more. Sometimes they're wrong. Like, don't give me, they're not unforgiving, but sometimes they know a little bit more than the public knows, and that's what makes their decisions.
No Houston for you?
No. I actually love Houston. I went to college there, but I am not going to complain that I do not have to go to Houston. So Our training camp coverage for TV for NFL Network, where we're on site as we have been for the Dolphins, some other teams throughout camp, it typically ends after the first preseason game. And so we stop traveling that much for actual practices and go more for just games. And so I won't be actually at a practice or a game this week. This is going to be I'm doing TV tonight. So tune in to NFL Network from 7 to 8. I'm going to talk a little bit of Dolphins, talk a little bit of Carolina Panthers. But then after that, this should be a very light week for me. I'll make some calls, do some work, but then I'll catch up for next week and then kind of gear up for my preseason game. And then we'll get into regular season mode. So no Houston for me.
One more thing. Speaking of Houston, they did sign Kiki Kuti. And while he's very injury prone, he is incredibly electric. He's got some speed to him. Will they try to use him as a returner? Because I was thinking that I don't know much about him as here on this team right now. They're so deep at receiver. I don't think he has much of a shot. But if he would have any kind of a shot to be the last receiver, that he would something in the punt return game, because his quickness and shiftiness could be a real, impact. Now, again, I think it's just an insurance policy and he's training camp fodder. But what do you think out of that kid?
Yeah. I think that most likely he's a guy that's probably not going to make the team at this stage, but you never know. And I do think you're right. Your fifth and sixth receivers have to be special teams players. And so if you have that, it's something that helps you at the end. If they're thinking, hey, Braxton Berrios may win our start slot job, maybe he's our number 3 receiver. Maybe we need somebody else just in case his offensive reps go up high. And maybe we don't want that somebody else to be Tyreek or Jalen Waddle. Maybe we'd rather have that guy be a Kiki. And so maybe that's your way on the roster. Not saying it's likely, but I'm saying these are some of the conversations that go into people's heads when they're deciding for a 6th receiver. Maybe they're deciding between
what's the other kid? That's Tanner Connor experiment.
Yeah.
He's injured. The other one's what is it? Not consistent.
Yeah.
So that experiment's not working out. That's going to open up a spot there.
And the other thing that people don't realize, a lot of times you're not necessarily competing with a wide receiver. You're competing with a value of another spot. Like, for example, there may be, hey, we're deciding between keeping a 6th receiver, a 4th running back, and a 4th tight end. And we got one spot and we can only keep one. And it's like, well, this 6th receiver can help me a little bit more on special teams. We love Myles Gaskin, but he's not playing special teams for us. We love Tyler Kroft or Eric Saubert, whoever's the 3rd or 4th tight end, but they're not doing much for special teams. So maybe we keep an extra receiver, go three running backs and a fullback, and go 3 tight ends and go 6 receivers. And maybe that decision was because this guy gives us a little bit more on special teams. Neither guy is going to be playing much on offense, but that becomes a difference maker. So, yeah.
And then you can come out with a package of Mostert and H.A. in the backfield, and then a threesome of Hill, Waddle, and Kuti. And then
or Braxton or a Chosen, but yes, correct. Yes.
No, these guys are too slow to be in that group. No.
Chosen's not slow.
Chosen's fast.
Gotcha.
But Chosen is fast, but Chosen is like a one position fast type guy, whereas Waddle, Kuti, and Tyreek are fast in every way possible, not just top end.
Fair.
Side to side, cutting, slanting. Like, you don't want to deal with those kind of guys in the open field. You know what I'm saying? With Chosen, you know what he is. You're not getting me?
No, I got you. I got you.
Okay. All right. That's why that would be kind of fun, but I don't think Kuti will make it anyways. But I wanted to ask because the return game, and you thought the same thing I did with Berrios, that if the 3rd receiver plays so much that you also don't want to, wear him out. And he's already had a little bit of an injury here in the preseason.
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right. What do you got going on the NFL Network since you're slacking and not going to Houston?
Yeah. Well, I told you I got TV tonight. So I'll be on TV from 7 to 8 on NFL Network tonight. And then, you'll see me on probably sometime next week leading up into the preseason finale. And I'll be back at practice next week. And we'll do the thing.
All right. Sounds good. Follow him on Twitter at Cameron Wolf. Cam, as always, thank you, my brother. We'll catch up later in the week.
Absolutely. Sounds good, my man.
Thank you, sir. There you go. The great Cameron Wolf. That is our KSDT CPA Sports. Miami Dolphins report.
This has been the KSDT CPA Pro Football Report with NFL insider Cameron Wolf. KSDT is recognized by Forbes as one of the top tax accounting firms for 2022. KSDT CPA is a full-service firm that also excels in crypto. Visit them at ksdtcpa.com or call 305-670-3370.
Big D says, agree, Cam. That's why I was hoping they'd added Cook. This offense would have been hard to stop. Yeah. How's that worked out for Tennessee? It's hard to stop Derrick Henry, too, for years. Do they win anything? It ain't about running, dude. Unless you're a running quarterback, then you got no choice. Fangio is going to cause Josh Allen and Aaron Rodgers to be patient. Josh always has a problem with that. I agree with that. Gibbs going to have a great rookie year behind that line. As long as the quarterback plays well, if the quarterback follows up with another season, if Jared Goff can play like he played last year, you are correct. Definitely. Now, if the quarterback doesn't take the heat off him by being effective, then you can stack the box and you can stop him and you can make him one-dimensional. You know what I'm saying? But you got to have the quarterback, man. The quarterback is what makes everything go round. If not, you're playing with smoke and mirrors, basically. Renee says, because he didn't know until now that he was never adopted. Brother, bottom line is he has no reason to complain about anything. And he accused them of trying to get rich off him when it was $14,000. And he got the same 14 that everybody did. And it wasn't from the movie. It was from the writers, from the writer. So he's full of misinformation on his own situation. Like, you were around the family. Didn't you know the guy was already rich? Like, he already had his businesses. He didn't need your ass. You had nothing to do with his businesses. He just sold them for $213 million. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, you're accusing somebody that didn't need your money, dude. And they basically did you a favor. He just explained the Mississippi law. So, to me, it makes Michael look pretty foolish. And if you were calling them a liar and all that, why didn't you do that right when it happened? Because you probably loved all the attention you were getting. And you were hanging out with Sandra Bullock. And then you realized how the movie may have portrayed you, and you didn't like how you were being portrayed. And maybe you didn't like how your career ended, too, at the same time. So now, or maybe you don't have enough money because you didn't save it and you burned it. So now you want to try to do all this out of pure bitterness, because that's what it sounds like for Michael Oher. Next time you have Omar on, please get him on the subject of how he thinks the Fins are not loaded. He's selling negativity as usual. He always had the Miami media disease. Well, we'll get him after the season, after he's done with QAM. Then maybe we'll get him back on the platform. Because, QAM doesn't have any money. They're just using him now for the pregame show, and then they'll be done. Cheers from the Cuse, Big O. Truth, facts about every NFL O-line. Well, we try to keep it. We try to keep you all, grounded on what's actually really going on out there, instead of all the lies that they feed you or the negativity that they feed you just so they can get some clicks and views. Bills moving Stephon Diggs to right tackle. That would be awesome. Oh, man. Adrian Peterson was one of the best running backs of the early 2000s and 10 and never won anything. Of course. Got to have a QB, baby. If you don't have a QB and you don't have an offensive line, that's what's going to win it for you. The rest is bullshit, to be quite honest. The rest is absolutely crap. You know what I'm saying? What else do we have going on in the world of how about some music? Let's get into a little music. Today, in music history, August 15th, in 1969 on this date, Woodstock opened in Bethel, New York, with 400,000 fans coming out to see the likes of The Who, Jimi Hendrix, Creedence Clearwater Revival, and Jefferson Airplane, and many others. In 1991 on this date, Paul Simon played a free concert at New York's Central Park that was attended by an estimated 750,000 fans. In 1979, Led Zeppelin on this date released their final studio album, In Through the Outdoor. Oh, baby. In 1981, on this date, the Pretenders put out their second album, Pretenders 2. In 91, Nirvana played at the LA's Roxy Theater, inviting the audience to attend the shoot for their first video, Smells Like Teen Spirit. 2 days later, so many came that hundreds of fans had to be turned away. There you go. That's what happened today in music history. Now, birthdays today. Celebrating birthdays on August 15th, Jennifer Lawrence. Joe Jonas, the singer, is 34. Jennifer Lawrence is 33, by the way. Chief Keef, the rapper, is 28. Nipsey Hussle, rest in peace. Jesus Christ, I can't believe we took that man's life. He fought through all the shit. Then he's lifting others up. And this is not the way it's supposed to end. But he was born on this date in 1985 and was shot and killed for no reason at all in 2019. Ben Affleck, 51 on this date. Who else do we have here? Napoleon Bonaparte. There you go. You guys know Napoleon was born on this date back in 1769. We lost him just recently in 1821. Yep, good old Napoleon. Yep. That little short guy. He got along with everybody. He was such a nice guy. Let's see. Anthony Anderson. Now, that's a nice guy. That's a guy we like. 53 years old today. Happy birthday to Anthony Anderson. Let's see. Who else? That's about it, I think. Oh, wait. I got one more block. Wait a minute. We might have somebody. I don't know this rapper, D-Lo. He's 28. I have no idea. Might be not a popular guy, or maybe he is, and I don't know him. Deborah Messing is 55 years old today. Those are the folks celebrating birthdays today. Okay. There you go. Oh, man. So James Harden calls Daryl Morey a liar. Weird, huh? Let me ask you something. And it was stupid that Philadelphia even tried to trade and all that, because really, who the hell wants James Harden? You know, James Harden's not a guy you get to win, because he's not a winning player. He's proven that over and over again. He's a professional choker, okay? He is as yellow belly as it gets as any athlete in the history of sports. James Harden is as big a choker as you name it, bro. Whatever choker you want to name in the history of sports, that stupid beard is all part of choking. That's what James Harden is. He's a choker, dude. And he's a guy that has zero credibility. So by you calling Daryl Morey a liar, it doesn't mean anything. I just want you to know this, James, because, you know, you're a lying piece of crap also. You're a guy that can't be counted on. You're a choker, bro. You're a yellow belly choker, my man. You're gutless. You've been stealing money from the NBA for years. And everybody should have seen what we all saw the first time when you were young against the Miami Heat. and you choked like a fucking dog, bro. So you and your little pathetic agent that are now, agents are, they're lying pieces of crap and agent are pretty much about the same sentence overall. On average, I'm not going to say every agent, but I'll tell you 90% of the agents are lying pieces of crap. So now you got his agent say, he's going to be in the best shape of his life and he's going to have an MVP career. He's never been an MVP for anything, my brother. And the worst thing you could ever do is make a move, sign, trade, whatever you want, any player that the agent starts saying he's going to have the best year of his career. Because guarantee you he will not. But I love that a piece of crap like James Harden is going to take a shot at another piece of crap like Daryl Morey. It's fantastic. The karma is beautiful. They both deserve each other. They both deserve this nightmare. But I just want you to know, James, because I know I speak for a lot of people, my brother. There is no respect for you at all. Zero. You're gutless, my brother. You're a choker. Your points mean nothing. You've accomplished nothing in the NBA. And you'll be looked at as a guy that just scored points and didn't do jack shit. Hell, recently in the playoffs, you had that one good game, and then you couldn't follow it up after that. It's just the way it is, dude. It's who you are. But I want you and your agent to know, because I want the agent to know that nobody believes your lying ass about James Harden. And James, just so you know, and I know you don't care. I get it. You don't care. And that's fantastic because that makes who you are. Since you don't care, these are the end results. Because if you truly cared about being a champion and a winner, maybe your heart would be in it and not your wallet. But since you only think with your bank account and all you think about is strippers and bank accounts and money and not really winning, this is why this is who you are, my man. And that's why we'll respect the Kobes and the Michaels of the world and the Tim Duncans of the world and all those. And they were all wired differently, but they all wanted to win. Jimmy Butler may not be as talented as you are, James Harden, but you don't have a tenth of his heart. And that's what people will always respect about Jimmy Butler, because they'll always say that guy left everything on the court. Oh, he didn't win well, we kind of know that he's a different type of star. He's not a three-point star. He needs some help. He didn't have it. He's not. We get why he didn't win at all, but it wasn't because of a lack of trying, or it was because he disappeared. Because Jimmy doesn't disappear. It's just Jimmy can't make threes. That's not who he is. But you'll never question Jimmy's heart. You'll never question his determination. You'll never question his fire, his desire to want to win. You will question it every single time with James Harden, because you've got to be an absolute idiot to think that that guy cares about winning. Pretty simple. And I'm not a Daryl Morey fan. I'm not here to defend Daryl Morey. I think Daryl Morey does a lot of stupid shit, to be quite honest. I think he does a lot of crazy stuff, and none of it has paid off because he doesn't have any titles last time I checked. And he's not getting any in Philadelphia either with what he's built there. So, James Harden, you calling anyone a liar, anyone whatsoever, I just want you to know it doesn't carry anything whatsoever, my brother, because there is no bigger phony and fraud than you, man. So frauds are not believed by anybody. Have fun. You'll make your money at least, because that's all you care about. Why is Harden doing this? Because he doesn't care. He's selfish. He's self-centered. And he only gives a shit about money. Harden does this because Harden is a piece of crap. He's not a character person. He's not a leader. He's not a winner. He's not somebody you want part of your organization. You don't want him working for you. He's the lazy piece of crap that is in any of your jobs right now. Anywhere you're working now, there's a lazy piece of crap. That's James Harden, bro. That's all. He just wants to score his buckets. He's not there to win, dude, no matter what he tells you. And if you're stupid enough to believe him, or if, like some of you idiots out there, you still have people that think he's better than Wade. Like, are you kidding me? Like, if you'd rather have James Harden over Dwayne Wade, you are a loser. Big O, what do you think about starting Wynn at left guard, Robert Jones at right guard, and Hunt at right tackle? Eric, I think Wynn will be your left guard, and I think Kendall Lamb will be your right tackle. And I'm sticking to that. I said it all last week, and I'm going to stick to that. I think when it's all said and done, Kendall Lamb will be the right tackle, and Isaiah Wynn will be the left guard. So we'll see what happens when it's all said and done. But I think Hunt stays at guard. I don't think they move him to tackle unless there's all kinds of injuries, and then they don't have anybody that can play tackle, and so they've got to move him, and then they've got somebody to play right tackle, and they move somebody in there, right guard, and then they do something like that. I can see that happening. I hope it doesn't. But I think he stays at guard, and I think Kendall Lamb eventually moves to right tackle because he's the best player that they have at that spot. Jeff Teague was the one saying Harden was more of a Hall of Fame. Right. Well, Jeff Teague's a moron. So the media gets on Dame for wanting out of Portland, but could care less about Harden doing the same thing for the third time. You know, Lenny, I think it's because, well, I don't know which one of the media, not all the media is on. I disagree with you on that, Lenny. I don't see a lot of people slamming Dame. I see a lot of the insiders like understanding that Dame wants out and all that kind of stuff. You know, the Woj stuff, he's caught up in the politics. You know, Woj and Schefter, these kind of guys get to break stories because they're teamed up with the agencies, and so the same agencies that have the players and are in contact with the agents, they kind of have an in on that. But they also have to sacrifice themselves too at times, and they have to like say shit that you're just, you know, gaslighting stuff for the agency, for the agents. It may not even be objective. And that happens to these guys, and they're stuck that way. You want to break the story? Now you got to do me these favors. You know, that's kind of the way it is. But in general, Lenny, I disagree with you. I think most people, forget about Portland fans, dude. They don't count. Fans don't count. Fans are going to be bitter and complain about anything and everything in the world. So they don't count. Most of the objective people, they're not picking on Lillard at all. So I disagree on that. Very few people are really slamming Lillard. But the Harden thing, he's a disaster. So it's kind of, this is who he is. And so there isn't, I mean, I think the average person doesn't have any respect for James Harden. If they're really honest, they just look at him as a clown. Yeah, so he can shoot and doesn't shoot as well lately, but that's about it. I don't think anybody takes James Harden serious, if you have any common sense. Big O, you are the most ground neutral prong in the Miami media electrical outlet. LOL. Thank you, sir. It was so sick when he got swept by the Spurs in 17. Oh, man. What can I tell you, ladies and gentlemen? What can I tell you? Let's see, what else do we have? Looking forward to Messi tonight, that's for sure. And again, apologies about the Sham. Damn, dude. I am so disappointed on that. I can't listen to that radio station down here. That station in Montreal, that might be the best rock station I've heard in decades. The Sham 97.7. Absolutely sucks. Let's see. What do we have going on? Anything earth-shattering going on? Well, Bitcoin's still stuck there at 29,000, same spot it's been stuck at for several weeks now. All right. Let me see. You got any important questions here? I hear the Tuies are writing a sequel, Blindside 2, Legally Dumber. Quisenberry is the only other right tackle on the Bills roster. Ouch. Yeah, everybody has issues, man. What else? Let me see if any questions I passed up. Let's see. Big O throwing away vitamin C and vitamin D from CVS Pharmacy and going all in on Nature B for my daily use. Also, should I give up Celsius before Celsius? Oh, Celsius, the energy drink before exercise and do well. I don't. You know what? The energy drink doesn't matter, man. You keep doing Celsius if that's what you like, dude. Drink whatever you like. That's all good. But I will say this: the Nature B. I mean, I have no problem with Nature B. I take it every freaking day, dude. Every day. Every day. I've been taking it for a long ass time. So for me, it's kind of like an all like, you know, what's that called? Like a one of those Centrums. What are they called? Oh damn! Like it has all kinds of vitamins in it. I forgot the one daily tablet or whatever the hell. I don't know what the hell the name is now. I'm brain farting on it, but it's kind of like a one-stop source. So I would agree with that. Energy drinks, they're all the same, bro. They're all it depends on the taste is the energy drink. Whatever you like, that's the one you should drink. You know, that's it. It's kind of the way I would. Even Zeta was a better rock station in the early mid 2000s than anything. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, we don't have anything good now, bro. Really? Really? Okay. So I set my VPN to a Canadian location. Okay. All right. Okay, so now I'm connected to a VPN in Canada. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I'm connected in Canada now. Okay, now let me try. Let's see if it works. Pat, if this works, dude. If this works, okay, you are a genius. Let's see. Let's see. Hold on. I got the commercial coming. Hold on. Let me see now. Okay. That's very interesting if that's what it takes for it to work. Got 10 seconds left for this damn commercial. And then we will find out if we're rocking or it's the same damn thing. Okay. No. Trevor Noah chats Trump. Did it work for you or something? Because it did not work for me. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to turn off the phone. I'm going to restart the phone. I'm going to do it again, connect with a VPN in Canada. Okay? And then see if it works, but it didn't work this time around, unfortunately. For some reason, I'm nervous. I'm not nervous at all about tonight's Inter Miami game. Well, of course, because you got the best player in the world on your team. You shouldn't be nervous. No, but listen, it should be fun. Philadelphia has been a good team for a long time in the MLS. So that, you know, that should create a very interesting, night tonight. Okay, here we go. Now I am back. Okay. All right, here we go. I'm going to go connect my VPN in Canada. Okay. All right, I'm connected in Canada again. Now, I'm going to go back. Going to go refresh. See if it happens. Of course, I'm going to get the damn commercial again. So I got to wait for the commercial to see if it happens. But hey, I appreciate it, Pat. That was at least we're trying. Brett says, I listened to Sham via the internet. It doesn't come out in the internet either, bro. Unless you're in Canada. If you're in Canada, then yeah, I'm sure it does. But on the internet, yeah, Trevor Noah chats Trump. Yep, nope. No dice, doggy. Doesn't work. Does not work. And I can put 97.7 here on the internet and hit it on iHeart Radio. It says Sham 97.7, the spirit of Montreal. And you hit listen live and you get nothing. Let's see. I hit it right there on top of. It'll come out here on the air because I hit it on the one that's. Now I got the commercial. Okay, 7 seconds. Commercial. Let's see if it works that way, which I don't think it does. Boom. And what is it going to do? I hear nothing. I hear nothing. Peter Maher, by the way, is on right now. I just can't hear him, unfortunately. See? Don't get anything. Sucks. Absolutely sucks. Great rock station, dude. Great rock station. Excellent rock. It plays new rock. Orlando Sham has their own app, at least on Android. They do? Okay. Well, yeah, but hold on a second. Can you hear it? Jay, do you have the app on Android and can you hear it? Because I do have an Android phone. Because our business phone, and if you want to be a part of our platform, by the way, if your business wants to be a part of our platform, 786-754-4664, call us. Call us. I have TuneIn. It doesn't work. The TuneIn app is the one that I was using right now to get to the Sham, and you can't hear it. They play in a loop. Trevor Noah interview talking about Trump. That's what they play in a loop. You don't hear any music whatsoever. So unfortunately, it's kind of lame that people are asking Sandra Bullock is being asked by people to give back her Oscar. Well, that people are stupid. What do you want them to do? You know what I'm saying? They're dumb. A lot of people just aren't necessarily very bright. So you can't do anything about it. All right, let me see if there's any breaking news going on. I haven't checked here to see if any NFL news has come across. The only thing that we got was Brandon Shell retiring from the Buffalo Bills. So those of you that wanted Brandon Shell, but those of you that have been listening to the show, we told you about Brandon Shell. Let's see. The Tui family claims to be devastated by Michael Oher's insulting allegations. Sounds like dumb allegations because clearly he wasn't very bright. Dalvin Cook won't practice with the Jets for at least a week. All right. He wins. Gets to hold out another week. Yeah, baby. Yep, nothing. Tempers flaring at Ravens Commanders joint practice. Did you see what happened with the our American Indians have responded? Apparently, a Native American group has put the rush on against the Washington Commanders and demanded the organization revert its name to Redskins, the name the team adopted when it was in Boston in 1933. But that very interesting. I personally, okay, I'm not an Indian. I'm not part of that culture, so I can't say that I'm insulted or anything like that. But personally, for me, okay, I've always looked at the American Indian as the real owners of our land. I've always looked at them in admiration with the way they've carried themselves, with the way they obviously, have survived over all this time. And in the end, I kind of looked at the Indian as a badass warrior because they were surviving at a time when nothing out here, bro. You had to do everything yourself in order to survive. And they were surviving and thriving and living and growing until we, not us, obviously, none of us had anything to do with it, but until, the people that came over started doing some disgusting acts, like we've all done, by the way. Like we've all imprisoned and jailed, enslaved everybody, from blacks to Asians to whites, how we've mistreated women from the early days on. I mean, we have been and still are, but we were an incredibly disgusting society all over. You know what I'm saying? But, I just kind of look at it and I say, to me, the Washington Redskins were honoring the greatness of that culture because that's the way I look at that culture, just like the Seminoles. Now, the Indians, Wahoo, Chief Wahoo, okay, that one was goofy. That one was not as respectful. You want to take that one down? I get it. But the Washington Redskins and the FSU Seminoles, I think they honor Indians. That's the way I look at it. You know what I mean? So I would hope that they would look at it that way too, because that's the way we should look at it. And we know what was wrong. What's wrong is lying. That's what's wrong, is lying to people. What are we going to do? Erase history? Like, this is why I'm not a Democrat. This is why I'm not a Republican. This is why I laugh at both sides, just to get a little bit crazy on you guys here. But you'll see the Democrats, how they were taking down all these statues. Oh, this person was bad. Dude, everybody was bad back in the day. Everybody was racist. That's kind of what you learn. You evolve. You learn from it. It's not to take down the damn statues. It's to learn. Yeah, this guy might have fought this war, but this guy was also a piece of crap because he did this, this, and this. You teach them. And then what do you have now? Those are Dems taking down the statues, right? Now what do you have Republicans doing? Now you've got DeSantis changing the history of slavery. Oh, no, well, they learned certain skills that helped them. Are you serious, dude? You're gonna try to put a spin on enslaving people? We got to stop. And it's both sides. You people all fall for this shit. You know what I'm saying? This is what always happens. You all fall for the same shit, and they're both doing the same crap. It's the same shit. They just call themselves Republicans and they call themselves Democrats. It's the same stuff that they do to you guys. It just, you see what happened in Ohio. Republicans got their asses kicked because the conservatives are shoving this anti-abortion thing down your throats. When everybody knows that if you put it up for vote, the people will vote to have abortions legal. On the flip side, Democrats, they're going to shove that CBDC down your throat to control you and control your money and what you spend. But if you put it up for vote, we'd all turn down CBDCs. Both sides are the same. Just because one's a donkey and one's an elephant, one's red, one's blue, they're the same crap. And you guys fall for the same crap because that's all they want to do is divide you. Instead of actually looking at it and saying, they're both garbage. Both sides are trying to erase history. You cannot erase history. You should not erase history. You need to teach history so we don't repeat it. If you erase it and you don't teach it, you will repeat it. But Republicans and Democrats don't understand that because they don't care. And that's a lot of the shit that goes on in this country. And some of you out there, you allow them to just fool your asses constantly, bro. Constantly. And you think they're looking out for you. They're looking out for themselves. They don't care about anything else. So, I would love to see them go back to Redskins personally, to be quite honest. The politics behind it, I think, are just absolutely silly. Just like our whole sensitive society stuff is a bunch of bullshit, too. You can't erase history. You have to teach it exactly how it happened, so that way we don't repeat it. Can you imagine it won't happen because the black community won't allow it, but can you imagine a black kid 10 years from now saying, well, it was good we were enslaved back in the day because they taught our people skills. Like, really? Like, no. You can't make people stupid. And that's what they want to do. Make you stupid. No, man. Teach exactly what happened and how bad it was and what they did so we never do it again. Okay? That's all. And I don't think the Redskins were insulting anybody, and I don't think the Seminoles are insulting anybody. I think, if anything, we're honoring them. And I think most of us have an appreciation for a special appreciation for the American Indian, knowing, since we know history, we know they are the real forefathers of this country. We know the terrible things that, none of us were a part of it. None of us are part of slavery or anything like that. None of us did any of that kind of crap. None of us were ever a part of that. That's stuff from generations ago. Not for nothing, not to get too political, but like reparations for what? Like, none of us were responsible. And none of the people that were enslaved are here anymore. Like, there's nothing to pay. This is just another way of using the public's money for nothing. It just doesn't make any sense. You know what I'm saying? We had to do that 100 years ago, not now. There's nothing to pay. Nobody's around anymore. What we need to do is learn from all of this. Teach everybody how bad it was, how we mistreated blacks and Asians, how we've mistreated women for a long time. Let's teach it. There's nothing wrong with teaching the history, even if it's ugly. But that's the beauty of it. You teach it so that way we don't repeat it. It's crazy. But I found that very interesting that they want to go back to Redskins. That's to me, it was always the way I look at it, as an honor, man. But what are you going to do? Trudeau shut it down. Yeah, probably, Dola. That Trudeau is a piece of crap. What can I tell you? You don't have any Taino blood being Cuban? I'm Spanish. Basco. Suaray is Basco. So maybe. I have no idea. No idea. You never know. But I'm not I'm not Indian like Elizabeth Warren. Oh, man. Teach it. Don't celebrate it with a statue. Well, but the statue's up already. It is what it is. You can't hide it, bro. A lot of people that did a lot of good things did a lot of bad things. Teach it. Hiding it is cowardly. You know what I'm saying? Somebody put up that stupid statue 50 years ago of General E. Lee. Okay, tell the whole story of who he is, what he accomplished, and what the wrongs that he did. That's the way you do things. Okay? Everybody has a bad story. We would never put up a damn statue. I mean, the human beings are not perfect people. We're going to make mistakes. And back in those days, it wasn't even a mistake for them. It was a normal way of living. Women, barefoot, kitchen, and babies. You ain't getting no career. You ain't voting. You ain't got no rights. Woman, you just stay in bed and in the kitchen. That's all we need you for. That's the way it was. Teach it, man. That's the right thing to do, not hide it. That's the wrong thing to do, is hiding all of our pasts. We need to talk about our pasts. It's very important. Both sides are the bird's feathers that flock together. Amen, Stephen Harris. But too many Democrats, too many Republicans have not figured that out. And that's because they do a marvelous job of dividing you. Marvelous job. Fantastic job. Because most of you don't have enough, you don't bother to look at the other side or understand or what's going on. You're just locked into your one side. Oh, it doesn't have Sham, but look up Radio Garden. Good luck with that rabbit hole. Radio Garden. Where's Radio Garden? Is that like an internet thing? I'll look it up because I know you got great taste in music. Okay. I will look it up. I still don't understand reservations, how they still live in today's America. The Indian culture is as special as it gets, dude. Those apps use the cell data for your location. VPN will not help. Try that VPN trick of Canada servers in your tablet. Look at you. Well. Okay. Try it on my tablet, huh? All right. We're gonna try it on a tablet right now. Okay. We're gonna turn on the VPN. Okay. Our VPN is on. Now I need to. I don't know if I have TuneIn Radio on this iPad. That's the only thing I gotta check and see if I can download TuneIn Radio. Now it's searching for my app store because I turned on the VPN and it's still loading. Oh, man. How come we can't connect to the app store? Because I turned on the VPN? That's funny. Maybe I should turn off the VPN before I turn on the app store. And then I can. Yeah, how about that? It comes up right away when you turn it off. Okay. So we got TuneIn Radio. We're going to download TuneIn Radio now. That's the thing. Okay. So now I'm going to turn on my VPN before I go to the Sham. Okay. So now I will go to the Sham once we download what's it called? This damn app, TuneIn Radio, because I didn't have it. So it's fresh. Let's see if your thing works. It's very interesting. Let's see. Off of internet. VPN may only work if your tablet is Wi-Fi only. Not. It is Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi. It's why. So then you're saying I'll never be able to listen to it in the car, unfortunately, because you can only listen to it through your phone. So I'm kind of screwed. It's taken forever to open up TuneIn on the VPN. We'll see. Now, when I get a chance, I will try. I'm waiting for it to open. It's just spinning, dude. It's just spinning. Should I turn it off? Let me turn it off before let me do that. And then, yeah, it comes up right away. Okay, so now I'm going to do this. Now I'm going to turn on the VPN and see if it actually will find the show, because that will be an issue too. Okay, let's see. Let's see if you guys have the mix here for me on the show. Now it's got to find it. Now I can't turn off the VPN now. So it's got to find the show with the VPN on. And right now it's not finding it. So anyway, Big O, your car doesn't have Bluetooth connect. Of course it does. But if it goes through the phone and what they're saying, I won't be able to pull it up. So you have to pull it up through the phone. And if the phone won't pick it up, then it's not going to pass it on to the car. You know what I'm saying? I guess you'll just have to move to Canada. Yep. I think so. I think I'm going to have to move to cold-ass Canada. By the way, Montreal is nice. I will give the folks in Montreal a lot of credit. Really nice. By the way, Cutter's Edge Pro, make sure you visit our guys, Will and Mike. If you're looking to take your home or your business to the next level, Cutter's Edge Pro, folks. And we are in the middle of hurricane season. And, you know, we obviously have to respect that. I hope we never get hit by any storms. But if you have trees and branches and they're hanging on your roof or by the wires, don't get your ass up on a ladder or on the roof and be, you know, taking chances. Folks, call professionals. They will be able to clear out all those trees, make it safer for you during the storm. Synthetic turf. If you have dogs like I do, you will love it. The work is second to none. Tree trimming, removals, landscape design, outdoor lighting, maintenance is huge. All right. So maybe you've got some landscaping, but it's not being kept up well. And it's not being, you know, it's not as sharp as it should be. And they're not providing what you need in order for it to grow healthy. And, you know, whatever it is that you may need, a little fertilizer, anything else. And the people at Cutter's Edge Pro, they are amazing. So maybe you want to straighten things out for your business or your home. Remember, when you add landscaping, it also increases the value of your home. Please call them 954-472-0622. That's 954-472-0622. I haven't been able to pull it up, I guess, because of the VPN. What are you going to do? But I'll keep it there just in case and see if it works. All right, we are out of here. We thank Alan Poupart. We thank Marcel Louis-Jacques. We thank Cameron Wolf. We thank Manny Navarro. Back for more, baby. Tomorrow at 10 a.m., 4 hours today of rocking and rolling. Appreciate all of you out there. Don't forget, you can make a donation through Cash App or Venmo at Cash Big O Show. Hit the hell out of that like button. Very important that you hit that like button. And if your business wants to be a part of our business, reach out to our business line. And that is 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. Business line only for advertising. We're not talking about, you know, a contest line or anything like that, or talking or anything. It's just for straight for sales. Okay. 786-754-4664. We thank Sean Stanley, the man, the myth, the legend that masters this entire platform every single day. We'll see you tomorrow. Same time, same place, same bat channel.
This is the big